What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. We are live in the building, and of course, I've done nothing to get the show started properly. Haven't dotted any I's across any T's, but we are still doing this thing. Still doing this thing. You know how we do. You know the deal. You know the routine. Make sure you hit the like button. Whether you're catching this thing live or you're catching it after it's uploaded, we're about to be talking about something that, yeah. I've been waiting to get into this. Been waiting to get into this one. Let me make sure that's not right there like that. Okay. Yeah, been waiting to get into this one. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to be talking about this, the subject in the title and in the thumbnail. I'm going to be talking about that one. And I'm going to be talking about the Dana White situation, Slapgate, where his wife slapped him and then he slapped her back. And he has to apologize and get perp walked through social media and fight to keep his job positioning status and everything. So we're going to be getting into that, going to be breaking that down. When we're breaking that down, I do have my views and opinions on that. Definitely want your views and opinions on it. So we're going to be opening this thing up eventually. But without further ado, let's get ready to go. Strap on in. Where's my intro? Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What? Oh, I'm off camera. There I go. I forgot that I was off camera. But let's go. Let's get it. About to get into this. Shout out to the early bird squad, those of you that make it in bright and early before we even get things started. And hopefully you dropped a like on there. You definitely dropped a comment. So shout out to you. I read the early comments. Shout out to RM. Shout out to RM in the building. Shout out to, and oh yeah, definitely right there. Gotta remember to promote this one. I mean, getting to promote it, but shout out, yes, definitely. The link is right there for those of you in the Detroit area want to come hang out with me and a few brothers around this space and meet up once a month in Detroit. Definitely want to click that link. No Country for Old Simps. I love that name. That was a good movie. As far as slow and boring movies, that's the way to go. I don't know if that music is too loud. I'm experimenting. Hold on. I'm experimenting with playing music early on when I start the show. I'm experimenting with music early on when I start the show. I just made it lower. RM, can you adjust the volume on that music? You should be able to. Go see it and see. Go see if you could do that. because there are going to be portions of the show where I'm going to have music playing, and you may be the one in the back DJing. So go down there and make sure that it allows you to play with the controls with the music. Just go down there and check it out. But the Max Trucker in the building, TD Hutch in the building. Shout out to Free Agent Triple OG. Free Agent Triple OG. Shout out to Celine. Shout out to Sack Pace. Shout out to Uneducated Lane once again. Shout out to Bowdy Thug. Shout out to the Mac Trucker says you good. And shout out to Logan JJ. He says, women, I pay all the bills, therefore it's okay for me to cheat. Also women, under no circumstances should a man cheat, just leave. Right. Remember that one. All right, RM, if you have the ability to do so, go and drop the music. You know, we don't do meetings or anything. We embody the Kevin Samuels, build it as you fly it, where I don't give her no pre-game instructions. I just wait until we live and be like, hey, do this. Okay, she sent me a message in the back. She says, I can't see how. Where it says brand, you just go all the way down, go on brand, and then scroll all the way down to the very bottom. Where it says brand, go all the way down to the very bottom, and then let me know if you see anything that says background music. There it is. She turned it off. There we go. We got it. All right. There it is. RM on the ones and twos. Right, the Mac the Trucker said RM on the ones and twos. All right, we got it. Okay. Yeah, early on in the show, shout out to Ed. Yeah, I do want to touch on something I heard Ed say, because it sort of leads into, well, it leads into this two-part thing. It leads into this two-part thing. But yeah, RM, when I'm doing like the shouting out the early bird squad right in the beginning of the show, when I come in and just shouting out, doing a little pre-intro, you know, the after the intro ramble, I want music playing, and then, you know, and then when I'm ready to get into it, drop the music. You know, just do something like that. We'll play around with it. Build it while we fly. But what up to Ed? But no, it was something that somebody said. All right, Free Agent Triple OG. He says, SYSBM fellas. All right. You notice it's a two-part story today where I'm also talking about Slapgate. All right. That was a white woman who unleashed that slap. So that's why I sometimes have a problem with the SYSBM gang sign getting thrown up in the chat, because it's, you know, it's the conversation to me is a little more involved than that. But where Ed comes in, and where I want to touch on something that Ed said, because I think he was talking about Obie Allen, and how Obie Allen was having the discussions that he have on his channel, more from a place of trying to heal the community or just get understanding. And I respect that. Some of y'all don't. I actually respect what he's doing. Like I said, he go left when he get on panels with men, but overall, what he's doing over there, I actually respect it. A lot of y'all don't. That's fine. You don't have to respect it. I respect it. But Ed made a good point that he was doing it from a perspective of healing, but a lot of people was looking at it like, you see what we mean? Look at these chicks, and they was looking at that as the fuel for their SYSBM-ness. That's what they were looking at it for. It was you know, fueling their fire. It was more emboldening them, and that's sort of what happens. Particularly on the channel like Obie Allen, who I respect what he's doing on his channel. Don't agree with him when he start talking to men, but I respect overall what he's doing with his channel. But that's the thing that happens. That's the thing that happens when you get into these discussions. It's like, it's real quick. Like the hold on, what the hell is that? Uh-oh. Oh wait, Hold on. Did she drop the music? Wait, no, drop the music. If you can get rid of it. There we go. Yeah. Keep it dropped. Keep it dropped. I don't need it on the whole time. I don't need it on the whole time. But no, we'll work out. We'll work out the kinks. We'll work out the kinks. But but yeah, but so yeah, because I'm trying to pull up the thing right now. Sorry for this for the stumbling out the blocks here. Sorry for stumbling out the blocks here. We about to get right into it. But to your point, what you're saying, triple OG. To the point, what you're saying, triple OG is it's a more layered discussion. It's a more layered discussion than that for me. It's a more layered discussion. But we about to get into this. These I'm doing things that I should have did pre-show so I could have everything just in the file one click away so I can just have it ready to go and pull it right up. I don't got it ready to go and pull it right up, but I'm pulling it up. Excuse me. I'm pulling it up right now. Pulling it up right now. But it is an interesting dynamic. It is a very interesting dynamic that we get into when we start looking at these things. So all right, got it pulled up. Got it good. All right. Got it good. Now, a lot of you have heard the story. I have talked about Dwayne Wade quite a bit. A lot of you know that. I have had my criticisms of him. And the whole thing with Gabrielle Union. I think it gives a not so nice look, not so nice look on successful multimillionaire black men. But either way it go, be that as it may, it is what it is at this point. I was not that surprised when Gabrielle Union said what she said. So I'm going to play aspects of it, and then I'm going to get right into it. I'm going to play aspects of it, and I'm going to get right into it.
Yeah. It was just dysfunctional from day one.
Yeah. Gabrielle Union gets canned on her first marriage to NFL player Chris Howard. The actress opens up on an episode of the Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard podcast, revealing the relationship was riddled with infidelity.
That first go round,
Okay.
I definitely was not getting Wife of the Year awards.
Okay, good.
I had some focus issues.
Sure.
In our first marriage, neither.
Okay. Focus issues. That's an interesting term. But I'm gonna let it play a little bit.
Some focus issues.
Sure.
In our first marriage, neither one of us felt like the marriage should get in the way of our dating.
Right.
And so,
oh my God, that
part of it
You
was
and I
like
are identical. I was
keeping up with his activities. And I was like, oh, that's what you're doing? Oh, you're going to feel this one.
Right.
And
Okay. All right. I'm gonna stop it right there. Yeah. I heard the audio right there. He said neither one of us tried to, felt that marriage should get in the way of our dating. Now she tried to put it in a tongue-in-cheek kind of way. So it's a lot of people were talking about this like it was an open relationship. All right. But when she's saying things like, oh, you did that, okay, now you're gonna feel this one. Like that's a situation where no, it's not an open relationship. It's not an open relationship at that point. That's some it's no, you said it's an open marriage. No, it's not. It's not open if she's saying that, oh, you did that, oh, you gonna feel it in an open marriage, you ain't actively trying to get back at the other person. You're not doing that. You're just on some spiteful fucking around type stuff. Like think about that from that perspective, him being an NFL player. And oh, you did that. Oh, you gonna feel this one. I'm gonna get back at. Like, what does that really mean in the grand scheme of things? That means that she's hooking up with his teammates. That's truly what that means. She's hooking up with other guys in the NFL. Like that's what that means. Snazzy individual got it right. It sounds like revenge. It sounds more like revenge. Like she was on some revenge cheating type stuff. And I never buy it when women talk about some revenge cheating, because like the way I always look at it, okay, it's two ways. One, I don't buy it, but if we are going to buy it, the whole notion of revenge cheating, one, they're going to be better at it. Let's just say that. They're going to be better at it. A man can't really effectively, efficiently revenge cheat. A man, just like, put it like this: a woman can literally say, I'm mad at you, I'm about to get revenge, I'm about to go have sex. I'm about to go have sex with either one of your friends or one of your enemies. Maybe your best friend, if you're really a good friend, not going to do it. But it's somebody line in the friendship circle who's not who's cool with you, but he ain't so cool that he wouldn't smash your girl. But it's like they can just snap their finger and do that. They can snap their finger and they could just do that. But when we're talking about an open relationship, this is the flaw. Because like, even I don't accept the notion. It don't even sound like fully like it was a open relationship. It don't, if they're talking about getting back at each other. But even if we accept that premise, let's accept that premise. Okay. Open relationship. Open relationship with a little bit of revenge screwing going on. All right. Let's accept that premise. Here's the deal with that. Whenever a guy accepts that deal, whenever a guy accepts the deal of an open relationship, we're both dating, we both out here doing their thing. Now, he was in the NFL, even though I'm going to get into the simple fact that his NFL career was from like 98 to 2000. He played 3 years in the NFL, and he got like 123 more rushing yards in the NFL than me. When it comes to being an NFL running back, he's only 123 yards better than me. Like that, like so. So he wouldn't that dude. He wasn't that dude, but he still was an NFL player. He wasn't that dude, but he's still an NFL player. Let me see what Ed is talking about here. He said this guy might give a pass to, as he has the first, but you're not going to tell me this was not known to folks that needed to know. You got too many dudes committing to chicks like this. Okay, I see what you're saying. This you're saying that you might give him a pass, but yeah. Him and Gabrielle Union, just to get the timeline right. Him and Gabrielle Union was married from 2000 to 2001 to 2005. Dwayne Wade became famous in 2003. That's when he got drafted to the Miami Heat. So Dwayne Wade was already moving around in famous people's circles. So if she was out there getting it in and sleeping around and cheating on him, probably with former teammates and stuff like that. The only reason I say that is because she's talking about, oh, you did that, I'm gonna make sure you feel this one. That's some I'm about that's how chicks talk if they about to mess with somebody close to you. That's how chicks talk if they about to mess with somebody close to you. I'm gonna make sure you feel this one. Like, so if she was out there just sleeping around with the league, NFL, NBA, those are they close cousins to each other. Like D Wade knew how she got down. So Ed, your point is correct. Your point is absolutely correct when you said Dwayne Wade gets no pass, as he has a track record for being with bad black women. He like a chick in that way. Yep, we about to get into that. We definitely about to get into that. Y'all get the likes up. Get the likes up. We definitely about to get into that. Support, donate the live stream. Support and donate to the live stream. Appreciate each and every one of you who come on through and support the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. Sweet Lullabean says, didn't Dwayne Wade cheat and have a baby on her? I don't know about that. I don't know if that's true. But either way it go, we know that when she's in the power position and making the most money, she is the one who feels entitled to cheat. The whole high value men don't cheat, they exercise their options. Women blew a gasket when they heard that. However, when women are in that position of power, which some women are in a lot of these modern relationships. Now, it's funny that they talk the same exact way, but I'm gonna get into it and break down why I don't really care. Call me biased, call me whatever you want. The dynamic is different. I'm gonna make my case and break down why. Jason Wolf said he had a break baby. He had a break. Oh, I think okay. So you're saying they broke up and then he had a baby during the breakup? Okay. Okay. I mean, I wasn't fully on that. I wasn't fully up on that, but I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll accept that. But all right. All right, let's go. Where was it? Where was I? Where was I?
Oh
So
my God. That
part of
sentence.
it
You
was
and I
like
are identical. I was
keeping up with his activities. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, that's what you're doing? Oh, you're going to feel this one.
Yeah, I don't believe that whole keeping up with his activities thing. That's the excuse that they try to make whenever they try to give reasons that women cheat. They try to say the reason that women cheat is because the man cheat.
And
Okay.
I just felt entitled to it as well. I was paying all the bills. I was working my ass off, and it was just dysfunctional from day one.
Yeah.
Felt entitled to it because she was making the most money. Let's get into that. Let's get into that. That's one that I want to talk about. Now here's the deal with that. Here's the deal with that. And Fresh and Fit just had a conversation where they just went around the panel and they were asking chicks pretty much if a guy is if he's good looking and he's making a lot of money, do you care if he's cheating? Or would you, or would you rather have, a faithful guy who makes less? And a lot of them were saying basically, with the dynamic that they set up, a lot of them did say that they'd rather have the high earning, good looking dude and just have to share them than to, be with a, good looking broke dude or a bad looking dude to make money. It was some dynamic where it was three things you only could pick two. But they went with good looking and money and didn't care that much about the about the infidelity and whatnot. But when it came to a man who made less money, put it like this: if they made more money than the man, then the long story short, once they started asking all the questions, long story short, if they made more money than the man, then they were not comfortable with him even leading the relationship. That's what they like. If I'm making the money, I'm calling the shots. That's how they operate. He said she really is her part from Deliver Us from Eva. Yeah. Yeah. But that was pretty much the gist of it. That was pretty much the gist of it. If where they were basically saying, if I'm making the money, he's not leading the relationship. And this is where it's going to get graphic. This is my position when it comes to who's leading in a relationship, because that whole money thing, like, it is a factor in the equation nowadays. It is an unavoidable factor in the equation nowadays. There's going to be some women that make a lot of money, and there's going to be some women that are going to end up with men who they make more than. And this is where I'm at with that. No man should be a bum. No man should be a bum. If you're down, you should be you for damn sure better be trying to get up. No man should be a bum. But see, here's my thing. When it comes to a woman leading the relationship and being in charge and all of this, it's a slight segue, but I do want to make sure I talk about this before I get all the way into the whole Gabrielle Union thing. I do want to make sure I talk about this. Here's the deal. Per the physical act of sex, I talk about this a lot, and a lot of people overlook this. The physical act of sex is just so to where when a man and a woman is having sex, okay, she's butt naked, she's on her back, her knees is on her shoulders, okay? He got her knees on her shoulders, hand on her neck, depending on which into. Okay. I don't care how many words she could type a minute and whatever kind of administrative organizational skills she has that she's able to monetize with her degree on the wall, and now she's able to make $75,000 a year versus a guy who makes $60,000 a year as a construction worker. I don't care. She's not it's no way that a man should ever sit there and be like, a woman is in control and she's leading after you see her in that. Like, I can't see somebody in that light where they're with their butt naked on their back, knees on their shoulders, with a hand on their hand on their neck, and then they get up from that position and wipe themselves off and be like, okay, I'm in charge. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Dolomite says should have been ankles to ears. Well, yeah, knees on. If your knees on your shoulders, the ankles are by the ears. I mean, it's just yeah. It's like it's a I can't separate those two things. I can't I can't separate those two things. It's like when I got to that point, life made more sense, and interactions with women and even my relationship works better when you understand that the act of sex, they will call it, it's a power exchange. That's how they try to put it in more better worded, politically correct type way. It's a power exchange. Like, no, it's almost it feels like a disrespectful act to me. If somebody is bent over naked and you're spanking them, like, I mean, it's almost disrespectful, and they like it, and both parties agrees. But afterwards, because she could type more words per minute, and she makes $15,000 more than you, she's in charge now. She gets to run. No, you don't. No, you don't. So, in my perspective, is like I am of the view. I don't care how much money a woman makes. She should never truly be running the relationship. Now, yeah, okay, she got some decision making power. Yeah, Logan JJ understands where I'm going. Nature always wins. I understand that if her intelligence is making that money, then her intelligence should be brought to the table when it comes to decision making. I get that. But that I'm in charge, I'm running it. No. Hell no. Hell no. That she's in charge, she's running it. I say hell no.
As for Chris, the former Jacksonville Jaguars player,
entitled to it as well. I was paying all the bills. I was working my ass off, and it was just dysfunctional from day.
Let's talk about whether or not that's a very masculine thing to say and think. I'm entitled to do this because I'm paying all the bills. That's how men operate, and that's how men think. For a woman to think like that, I do view that as a more masculine act or more masculine position. It was stuff that was kind of leaked out there that, where she allegedly, supposedly to be doing butt stuff with Dwayne Wade, his butt. It's like Dwayne Wade is in a situation where it's looking bad right now for Dwayne Wade. It's looking like he getting pegged, cucked, and she got his son in a dress. Like, it's just looking all around bad for Dwayne Wade. It's looking all around bad for Dwayne Wade. But that's one thing that we're going to talk about. Yeah, she was listening to Kevin Samuels from the wrong perspective. She didn't realize that he was talking about Dwayne Wade being high value and supposed to be exercising his options or being entitled to more. He wasn't talking about the woman. but either way it goes, when I open it up, we're going to get into that on the whole thing, the whole thing about the masculine aspect of that, of being entitled to this because I make this. Like, men of old, I forgot who in the Bible had 600 wives or 900 or 9,000 wives or whatever the hell. I forget who's who, but we already know how that is. Men of old men of old. They've had harems for a very long time now. They've had harems for a very long time now. It's sort of a masculine. It's a masculine thing. Like, you've reached the pinnacle of masculine accomplishment when you have a harem. It's messed up, but that's sort of how it is. So I say it's a masculine thing for a woman to be saying, I make so much money, I'm entitled to that. I make so much money, I'm entitled to that. Cole still in the building said, in my book, the man gets to be dominant because the woman make no effort to make the relationship happen. Plus, it's 10 times easier for them to cheat. Yeah, oh, trust me, we're going to get into that. Trust me, we're going to get into that. He said, in my book, the man gets to be dominant. I think he should always be dominant, not gets to be dominant. But he says the man gets to be dominant because the woman makes no effort to make the relationship happen. I don't know what you mean by that part. She makes no effort to make the relationship happen. I mean, women do put they put effort in a relationship. It's just a different type of things. Different type of thing. It's different, but we'll get into that. We'll get into that. But thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Judge Zill in the building. He says she made Wade play the finals game. Shoot. Oh man. Real quick, let me just get this out the way. Well, no, I ain't gonna say this. I ain't gonna say it to somebody else to notice it. But anyway, I don't know if y'all have seen those videos. There's videos going around where a woman puts an object inside of her from the Naughty and Nice store. Okay, she's walking around with an object inside her, and it has a remote to it. And while she's walking around, the guy is sitting there like pushing the button, like and making her, jump, jolt, and have a reaction out in public. There's videos of that where couples, play around like that, where she's walking around with a little, inside of her, and he's just pushing the button. He's just sitting there walking around with the button in his pocket, and he just periodically, while she had to check out line, just push the button. And she's sitting there breaking down while talking to the guy at the. I mean, very, very, very funny videos. Unfortunately, Judge, when you said that, in my mind, when you made that horrendous statement, I saw her sitting in the audience at the game with the with the remote to that to the thing while he at the free throw line. She's sitting there pushing the button on that while you trying to shoot his free throws. Oh man. God damn. All right. The hell was I talking about? Let me roll this shit.
Day one.
Yeah.
As for Chris, the former Jackson,
I just felt entitled to it as well. I was paying all the bills. I was working my ass off, and it was just dysfunctional from day one.
Yeah.
As for Chris, the former Jacksonville Jaguars player has no ill will towards his ex-wife. He tells E! News, "What I do know is that she appears to be very happy with her new family, and she's continued to do very well with her career and activism. I wish her and her family nothing but the best." These days,
D Wade, she got this dude he be in culottes and capris and sun in a dress, getting pegged and cooked.
Gabrielle and husband Dwayne Wade, who tied the knot in 2014, are raising a big fam full of love and support. And last year, the actress shared the most valuable knowledge she's learned since becoming a mom, saying on Instagram, "The best parenting advice I've been given is to understand that no two journeys are the same. So try to do what's best for you and err on the side."
All right. That's pretty much the gist of it. Now, to what Cold Steel was talking about. Yeah, what activism? Yeah. Activism for I guess they do some activism for LGBTQ trans stuff. I guess they do some activism for that. They are definitely figureheads. They are poster childs of normalizing it. They are. So I mean, put it like this: when you're a public family like that, especially with a man who's in the NBA, who's supposed to be the pinnacle, at the pinnacle of masculine accomplishment, and he's saying, "Yeah, I respect my son, and I love him regardless of who he is or who she is," and and then Gabrielle Union has had a lot to say about that, a lot to speak on that. So, in their own way, they're advocates for it. I mean, they're poster childs for for what people of that ilk think that families should be. How families should be. Ed says this relationship represents so much of what this space is against. Yeah, 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 all day, and absolutely. And dealing with the open relationship thing. Okay, now this is where I'm at. The probability, the probability that her ideology on being entitled to date, you know, the probability that her whole philosophy on that has somehow changed, I think that's very low. I think it's very low probability. I don't think money has anything to do with that. I just think you kind of are what you are. I think you kind of are what you are. You do what you want to do. Money can just put you in a position where it either, in a guy's case, it allows or permits you to do it. In the woman's case, it gives you an excuse to do what, left to your own devices, you would want to do anyway. So I'm of the view that she is more or less still on that there's still some degree of open relationship going on there. That is my view. That's my opinion. That is my view. That is my opinion. He's been effeminized in so many different ways in the relationship. He's been effeminized so many different ways in a relationship. It's hard for me to believe that with her and all the masculine things that she said and done, and him and all the effeminate things that he's been okay with, it's hard for me to believe that she has that top-notch masculine respect for him to where she's not going to still exercise what I would consider now at this point her default setting. This is how it works with an open relationship. All right, this is how it works with an open relationship, especially for regular common folks. Especially for regular common folks. This is how it works. If it's open on both ends, you get her to accept that deal, or she gets you to accept that deal. However y'all come to that conclusion. However y'all come to that conclusion where that deal is accepted, to where y'all have agreed that y'all are going to be sleeping with other people. The way that works on your end, maybe not if you're a superstar, but the way that works on your end is going to work like this. You're going to have to go get dressed up in your best clothes. You're going to have to be fresh out of that barber chair. You're going to have a fresh lineup. You're going to have to, be on point. You're going to have to go out there and hit the club or get to swiping and striking out. And you're going to have to use game. You got to be out there working your game and trying to be charming and trying to be charismatic and know how and walking the right way, saying the right thing the right way, the right time, having the right little combination of jewelry and cologne and using your game, and then you strike out on that weekend. You don't get nothing happen, and then you come home after putting in the work, but you didn't really land the plane. That happens sometimes. That happens to the best of us. For most guys, that's a typical weekend. You got out there, you had your collar popped, you tried, and hey, I ain't get it popping this weekend. I tried though. I tried. Her, on the other hand, is going to go on Facebook and just type, I'm bored, and then pick which one of the DMs she's going to respond to. Like, her is going to be snapping her finger in 15 minutes. She got something going on. You done struck out and made your peace with it, and so you just like, all right, I'm about to just sit back and chill, watch Sports Center, play the game. You playing the game. She come home late at night, hair a little, little. She tried to put it back together, but you can see it. You can see it. You can see her hair ain't quite looking the way that it looked when she left. Man. She made it to the door. She came in carrying her heels. You know how they you know how they do when it's been a long night. They the last part of the night they just carrying the heels, or they didn't put the heels back in the purse if they could fit in there, or they just she walking in with her hair messed up, carrying her heels. Like is like that's like I'm just trying to think, how does that work with open relationships. Like I mean, you struck out. You couldn't get nothing going on. You sat there. You just said you gonna play 2K or Madden or something. And she just come home and just fall right to sleep. Like she just passed right out. Like how does that? How, I'm just saying. I'm just saying when she just come right home and just pass right out. I mean, just that deep, just got that work, kind of that just got that work kind of sleep. I ain't talking about D Wade right there. Don't derail. I'm talking about I said for the regular guys. I get the D Wade ain't striking out. I get the D Wade ain't striking out. I'm talking about Logan JJ. Stop it. Behave yourself. Behave yourself, Logan JJ. I ain't trying to go there. I ain't trying to do that. There's a certain video in my head that I will not play on my channel. If you know, you know. So I'm just gonna say this. Man, it ain't enough toothpaste. Okay. All right. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. If you get the reference, you get it. But we ain't going. We ain't going. I ain't trying to be disrespectful to nobody. Said don't kiss her. But what if she brush her teeth when she come back? She brushed her teeth when she came back though. Right? Did she not? But all right. All right. It's a Cold Steel. She got to get it popping with that full strength Listerine. She got to just down the whole bottle, huh? Man. Well, she was already gargling. Hey, man. Yeah, so it's to me that's hard living. That's hard living. It is. It is, but yeah. That's hard living. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Going back to he says, when does the pegging video drop? I don't know what you're talking about, the pegging video. I'm calling Gabrielle Union Peg the Stallion at this point. That's what I'm calling Gabrielle Union, Peg the Stallion. Because she's definitely pegging this man. That's definitely happening. Timeline wise, as I was about to get into when I was playing the video, is that she was with dude. The dude was in the NFL from 98 to 2001. No, from 98 to 2000. He played 3 years in the NFL, and he had 123 more rushing yards in the NFL than me. Okay? For those that don't know, I never played in the NFL. But when it comes to who's the better running back in the NFL, he's 123 yards better than me. Now, obviously, I'm just playing because you're 1 in a million athletic specimen if you can make it into the NFL. So I'm not knocking the man. I'm just saying he wouldn't all that. I'm saying he played in the NFL for 3 years and he made probably $500,000 a year, as a backup or third string running back. $650,000 a year. Okay, that's good money. Then he married Gabrielle Union in 2001, shortly after Bring It On came out. And she was older than him, now that I think about it. Wow, she was older. She married younger dudes. This all the evidence shows that she likes to dominate men. That's what all the evidence shows. I just did the math that, he was younger than her. But either way it go, okay. He was in the NFL. He was in the NFL from 98 to 2000. His career was over when they started dating. All right, let that sink in. Her career was just taking off. His career was over. Her career was taking off. So it probably was a time where they met when she was a young up and coming actor and he was a young up and coming NFL player. Her career worked, his career didn't. So she felt entitled to have sex with people who didn't get kicked out of the league. There's that. I'm not talking about D Wade. I'm talking about the other dude. I'm talking about the first husband. She was also older than him. Yeah, she was also older than him. That's what I'm talking about here. She was older than that man. She was older than that man. It's not like it seems as if they met when they both of their careers was up and coming. It seems as if they met when both of their careers was up and coming. He was in the NFL and she had, did Bring It On and probably some other stuff. Okay. Her career took off, his career didn't. She felt entitled to sleep around and have sex with other men. That's pretty much the gist of it. They was divorced by 2025. They was divorced by 2025. So like that sort of lets you know the framework of it. And I'm a part of me is saying that, okay, what if his career would have took off? What if his career, what if he would have got a fourth year in the NFL and he would have rushed for 1,000 yards? Do they stay together? Do she behave? Does she conduct herself different? I think they stay together. I don't see her conducting herself any different because she's all kind of she's a mess with Dwayne Wade. So I don't really see her conducting herself any differently. You see. What are y'all talking about? Why you say 2025? What did I say? Oh, I said something wrong. Okay, 2005. I'm sorry. Shit. Y'all know what I meant to say. They was divorced in 2005. They were divorced in 2005. 2001 to 2005. 2001 to 2005. That's when they were divorced. That's when she divorced this dude after cheating on him. I assume with other NFL players because she said, I'm going to sleep with somebody else and I'm going to make him feel it. He gonna feel it. When a woman says that means she's having sex with somebody close to you. That means when he was playing for the Jaguars and then he got cut, somebody else who was on the team who didn't get cut, you gonna feel this. Only fuck NFL players. You ain't an NFL player no more. Like I actually see her as that vindictive with it. I see her as that vindictive. I do see her as that deliver us from Eva character. I do see her as that. And so fast forward, there's reports and rumors of her and her current husband, of her pegging her current husband, her saying a lot of things to emasculate him. Her, being the one who had to respond to Boosie coming at them and their family. She's the one that had to respond. She got Dwayne Wade dressing very feminine. The son is in a dress. It's so much going on that's going wrong there. It just looks like she's clearly running it. And then when you hear her speak, she's saying masculine things like, when I made more, I felt like I was entitled to cheat. She thinks masculine, she speaks masculine, she's like everything about it just basically just reeks of, it's a high probability that D Wade is being cucked and pegged. And then where I come in, where I got like where I really speak on this, where I really speak on this again is when it comes to that normalization of it. When people try to normalize things and make it seem like, oh yeah, this is okay. This is okay. Men can be in this position that no man should be in or no man should be comfortable in. Men could be in that position. Men could be in that position and it's okay. And if the women pretend like they like that shit. Even the guy in the interview when she was talking, he was saying that oh yeah, this is awesome. Guys that root and cheer women on when they start talking like this. Like that's a thing. That is a thing. But moving on. Moving on. Cuck and peg. Wow. He said cuck and peg. Logan JJ say she probably stays strapped. And cut it out. All right, I'm gotta stop reading the chat. All right, let's get into this one. Shout out to everybody in the building. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to Deadly Raver. I don't even know if I read this one, but he says, "What's up, Bernard and chat? The more I hear, the more I think these activists need to be deactivated." I'm just saying. Yeah, no doubt. Now, speaking of one woman who has a history of being out of pocket, going right into another one who, as far as I know, don't have a history of it, but definitely had a bad moment. Now, I'm not going to play it because I'm not going to play the slap, but I'm pretty sure y'all have seen it. Basically, Dana White, UFC fighter, Dana White, UFC fighter, in the club with his wife. Okay, they've been drinking. Okay, yep, sure. Yeah, they've been drinking. She hauls off and slaps the man. She hauls off and slaps the man. He hauls off and slaps her back. She hit him, he hit her. All right. People got in between and kind of and separated them. They were pretty much immediately separated. I'm sorry, I got it wrong. My bad. I haven't tried that chat GPT thing. Is that correct? This man he's not a fighter, he's the CEO. This man didn't used to fight? But he didn't used to fight at one point? Seriously. I'm pretty sure he used to fight. Okay, wow. Okay, I was wrong on that then. I accept what y'all saying. Okay, he didn't used to fight. I thought he used to fight. But okay. Boxing only. He's trained in fighting. Instructor owned a gym. Okay. All right, fair enough. All right, that's his background in fighting. Okay. All right, fair enough. I could have swore. Okay. He invested with his partners and bought the UFC in 1993. That was sort of the information that I thought I had going into this. What John Thomas is saying, Dana White was a kickboxer before UFC. It was my understanding that he used to fight. It was my understanding that he used to fight. Maybe he wasn't the biggest, bestest fighter, but my understanding is that he used to fight. But okay. All right. The Mac Trucker says, notice how they acknowledged it happened. The white feminists are not on him, or the media is not blowing it up. Mm-hmm. All right. Either way it go, the general gist of it is potentially former UFC kickboxing ex-fighter, now owner of UFC, or part owner of UFC, was slapped by his wife. He responded by slapping her back. I'm not going to play the clip. It's all over. Y'all have seen it. The part that you may have not seen is a part where he had to go on his apology tour. Here goes. Here we go. Fair use. YouTube, don't strike me for showing a woman get slapped. Notice I had to say, YouTube, don't strike me for showing a woman get slapped. I'm not worried about getting struck for showing a man get slapped. That's where we're at. Okay, now we got to listen to it without sound, because I'm going to look like he like grabbed her wrist, not a hard, aggressive grab, and then she hauled off and slapped him. And then he slapped her back. It looked like he went in for another slap that didn't connect. But either way it go, it was she slapped him, he slapped her back. That's what happened. That's what happened. Now, I've said this before. There is a such thing in a normal, properly functioning, well-running, well-oiled patriarchal society that when shit go wrong, the man in the power position is you gotta step up and take the responsibility. You gotta be like the quarterback, even when the receiver dropped the pass. I understand that, but where I'm at with this, is that we're not there right now. We're not, if we're in a place, and this is where these two stories relate. If we're in a place where a woman can say, hey, I was making the money, so I felt entitled to have sex with his former teammates. I threw in the former teammate part because that's just how I read what she said when she was like, oh, I'm gonna sleep around with somebody else. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna make sure he feel it when I do it. That's how I just interpreted it. She's gonna have sex with somebody close to him. I think when we live in society when women could say that and then men like laugh and applaud when she say it, I don't think we also simultaneously live in a society where it's always the man's fault because he's the quarterback, and it comes back, it falls back on him. I don't think we live in that society. Now, each individual household could operate that way. You could operate from that position of leadership in your household. And I do like men operating from a strong masculine position of leadership. I do like that. I do prefer that. I do want to see that. That is the best ideal situation for circumstances, for families, for this, for that. I'm all for that, and I'm all with that. But what I'm saying is this is my main central point here before I open this thing up. This is my main central point here. If we live in a society where women are free to do what they want when they want, with minimal judgment and criticism, to the point to where they're doing whatever they're slut walking, they're doing whatever they it's legal for them to go and make $1 million twerking on the internet. But if it's a guy there who's with that girl and he has this other girl and he say, hey, y'all come on, I got a webcam, I got this, I got everything set up, got studio lights, I got a studio, y'all come on in here and y'all do this thing and I'm gonna make this money and then I'm gonna pay y'all some of it. Like, that's illegal. He's human trafficking. I think that's kind of what they're trying to get Andrew Tate for. But if we live in a society where they're free to the point to where they can freely do that. They can freely do that, and male involvement gets policed. Like we're like everything that the society is doing is basically saying that no, they are full blown operating adults, which they are. They are full blown operating adults, which means they have to take full blown operating responsibility when shit hit the fan. We need more women in more power positions and CEO positions and running this and running that. They are definitely capable. They're intelligent. They're educated. They're this. They're that. So they still get to be children when shit hit the fan. You see the problem there. You see, the problem there is if they're elevated and they're up here, and they should be seen and respected as up here. They should be seen and respected eye to eye with men. But when they fuck up, they do something wrong, or the man reacts and retaliates in that way, then okay, now the man still has to be essentially, perp walked through the social media streets. He still has to be the quarterback who takes the fall, even though the receiver drops the pass. I like the idea if the man has absolute total leadership and control, and society does not cater or push or enable or promote for women to basically be in masculine positions. If society doesn't promote and operate in a way to where it's pushing for them to be in masculine positions, then I'm okay with the masculine person in the situation taking the brunt, taking the blow, taking the hit. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. This ain't gonna fall on my wife. It's not gonna fall on my children. I'm taking all the slings and arrow. I take full responsibility. I'm moving her out of the public eye. I'm gonna take the hit. I understand that. In a society where men are truly in control and truly have all the authority, all the responsibility, all the control, and get all the praise, credit, and benefits of it. When you take away the control, you take away the benefits, you take away, you make the laws just so where she could, no fault divorce, all that. You take away all of that. You take away, aspects of masculine authority, then I don't think it still adds up to where the man has to be the one who gets perp walked through the social media streets, especially when she hit him first. The situation was just an argument until she acted. It was her actions that made this go from a shit hit the fan situation to just, Dana White and his wife, they just looked a little perturbed just a bit. That's what it would have been. TMZ would have did a little bullshit video that would have got no views, where they just would have basically said, okay, Dana White and his wife had a little argument at a club, if she didn't slap him. Like when he grabbed her when she tried to walk away, if she just would have like yanked her arm away and then just walked off, that would have been a nothing burger. Nobody would have had to talk about that. It would not have been a thing. It would not have been an issue. The thing, it only becomes an issue, but it only became an issue because she slapped that man. And then even if he didn't slap her back, it's still equally an issue. It's still equally an issue that needs to be addressed. So the only reason that anything needs to be addressed is because of her actions, not his. Cole still says, to be fair, women have also been prosecuted for running prostitution rings. I know very little about that. I know the whole sex industry is set up to where women can get that bread and make that money. If a man gets involved in it, then he can get locked up. Thank you for that in the back, RM. I see what you put there. That was cool. That was cool. All right. Let's let me play a little bit. Well, I'll put the link in the chat and then I'll play a little bit of what he got to say. Then I'll get your thoughts on this. Whether you want to talk about the Dwayne Wade situation or the Dana White situation. Either one is fine with me, but I'm about to roll a little bit more of this. Come on.
Ever an excuse for a guy to
right there. Most of the opinions will be right, especially in my case. He's basically saying whatever opinions you have about my wife, you're wrong about that. But if you have negative opinions about me, you're right about that. That's a man stepping up and taking responsibility. He's trying to take everything off of her. He's trying to make sure he puts everything on him. Ed made a good point when he pointed out that feminists are pretty much quiet about that. If he would have slapped her in a similar situation, If he would have slapped her in a similar situation where he slapped her first, then they would have so much to say about it. They would have so much to say about it. Her slapping him, nobody has anything to say about that. Nobody has anything to say about that. I'm trying to, but anyway, Ed says same thing with Skip Bayless. Notice that more getting traction on social media versus any form of mainstream media. They are just reporting the incident and nothing more. Yeah, I noticed that. And that is a thing that quite often happens where there are some things where they don't want to give their opinion on it. There are some things where they don't want to exactly give their opinion on it. I noticed this. I noticed this when, put it like this, when I know I like to cover Malika Andrews when she have her moments when it's a situation and she brings up a black man's record after he gets hired to coach. The black man get hired to coach the New York Knicks or something. She want to bring up when he got drunk at a party in college. She want to bring stuff like that up. When the fucking Jerry Jones, Dallas Cowboys owner, was getting perp walked and everything. When she finally spoke on it, she gave just such a clear. I didn't do content on it, but she basically just reported on it in a very straightforward, dispassionate. I'm just reporting what happened, and like at the end of the show, like after she passed it around to everybody else, she had 30 seconds to speak or whatever, and then she gave just the most non-commentary on it, and it was just like wow, you got hella opinions on everything else, but on this particular situation, it's involving a white man, yeah, she got real journalistic. She went from a social commentator to a journalist who reports the facts, and they do that a lot. They go from giving social commentary to being a journalist reporting on the facts. They do that quite often. But we are joined by little big Nate in the building. What's going on?
What up, Bernard? How you doing, bro?
Doing great. The link is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Link is
I want to tell you, you have my word. I won't say anything that will make you take the stream down. I promise.
Go ahead. You got it. Oh shit, are you there? Nate. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Nate. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with Nate. I'll wait for him to come back. Let me know when you're back. You're not muted, so it looked like something else. Yeah, it looked like something else went wrong there. But I'll go ahead and touch on the part that I know that Nate is going to touch on. Part that I know Nate is definitely going to touch on. When he said there is never an excuse in any situation to hit a woman. That's always a tough one for me to talk about because it runs into a slippery slope. It runs into this kind of slippery slope where you're literally walking that fine line of sounding like you're advocating for the hitting of women, something that you don't want to do, something that you don't want to be seen, looking as if you're advocating for that. But we're in a place where women hit men to the point, and I show the data on it all the time, to where the narrative needs to change on just bare minimum on men hitting women back. If we can show data that shows that in 2 out of 3 relationships where it's unidirectional violence, where it's just one person being violent, if we could show data that shows that in 2 out of 3 of those, it's the woman that is hitting the man, and that man is operating under the it's never a reason to hit a woman, so men are staying in relationships being hit by women. Like, the narrative needs to change. All right. I'm not that person who's going to just advocate for just slapping the shit out of women. I'm not the person who's going to advocate for that. But it's something wrong with the narrative and the conversation and everything that's going on. If we're in a place where we're still saying a man should never ever hit a woman, but we know that in 2 out of 3 relationships where there's unidirectional violence, one person doing the hitting, we know that it's women doing the hitting. It's almost like it's almost like we've armed them with the ability to know that they could hit men and get away with it. It's almost like that's what we've done. It's almost like we've tied men hands behind their back and put them in a ring with a woman and said, and then the street fight, ready, fight. Dun, 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 dun. And then the Street Fighter music started, and he's got his hands tied behind his back. It's almost like we've done that. It's almost like we've done that. So something clearly is not right here. Something clearly is not right here with just the general conversation of men shouldn't hit a woman for no reason, for no circumstance. He says, what about Mace? You know what? That's interesting. My mind goes in weird places, and this is where my mind just went. A lot of women are getting their CDL license. They walking around with a little gun, little 22 in their purse. A lot of women are walking around with a gun in their purse to protect them from men. Can we flip that around? What if men start walking around with mace in their purse to protect them from women? You don't want to hit a woman, but if you run into a situation where a woman and you get to an argument and you don't feel safe, you feel threatened, just reach, just shh, and just and just mace her. They can't say you hit her. You didn't feel safe. You felt threatened, and you maced her. I mean, they getting a CDL, all right. They walking around, not CDL. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. They concealed. They walking around able to carry guns. You know what I mean? I forgot what it's called. The concealed carry license over there. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Concealed carry, CCL. I think that's what I meant to say. Yeah, I know what I meant. They walking around CCL, concealed carry. Forgive me for not being an expert on this. Logan JJ says, Bernard, you're laughing, but we should start walking with pepper spray and tasers. Concealed carry permit, CCW. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, I think Nate is ready. All right, Nate, what's going on? You think you're ready?
My apologies, man. That spinning rainbow of death is terrible on an app. It's terrible. But yeah, my apologies, man. Hey, Bernard, how you doing, bro?
Doing good.
Yeah, on the Malika Andrews thing, I had a question. We know about her propensity to bring up any Black man's criminal past, no matter if it was charges that were dismissed. When she talked about Brittany Griner coming home, that joyous occasion of that nightmare lesbianist monster getting released, and the Marine, Paul Wheaton, I believe his name is, being left there. Did Malika Andrews bring up Brittany Griner's domestic violence past? Did she bring that up? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she probably didn't. She probably did.
Oh wait, I was muted because I was responding. I was saying no, she did not.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha, and I completely went over my head.
Yeah, of course, because the sisterhood is to be protected at all costs, all costs. So, you know, to this Dana White issue, I take this subject very seriously because I told you, the very first time I went on Mr. Fantastic's platform a couple of years ago, he was doing a stream about domestic violence. I went up there and I told the story about the time I had to respond to my ex-wife who had been beating on me over the course of 12 months during our divorce. And the fourth time she had attacked me, I was done. And I responded to her. And I explained it on Mr. I'm not going to explain it here. You might not want me to. And, you know, I know I'm not going to say anything that's going to make you want to take the stream down. You have my word.
All right.
But yeah, and Mr. Fantastic actually made a joke the next day. He did like a little upload, like taking shots at me. It was hilarious. I don't know if he's listening, but if you're in the chat, man, tell him about what happened. But my issue is this. If the first law of nature is self-preservation, why are men expected to ignore that? And no man on earth is expected to ignore that fundamental principle of all the creatures on this planet, self-preservation. No group of men are expected to ignore that principle more than Black American men. With the abuse and the disrespect and the violence so many Black men have dealt with, dealing with the modern leftist feminist Black American woman. Absolute violence. So many of these women's, and I don't know if it happens as much in the white community. Well, I know it doesn't, because just Black women, because they've devoted themselves to leftist ideology and feminism, violence is one of the primary components in how they deal with being frustrated, how they deal with anger. And watching this, I'm reminded of a Judge Judy episode, right? I love Judge Judy. She's magnificent. Right? So there was a lady, she was a young woman, young white lady. She was the plaintiff, the defendant, a young white man. She was suing for dental work she had to have done. There was a pool party, right? And the white girl was drunk, as a lot of white ladies usually are at parties. Shout out to the white women. She was drunk, and there was a young man next to her who was having a conversation with his friend. The young man said something. The young man said something that offended the young lady. The young lady punched the man in the back of his head. The young man turned around. The young lady swung again. The young man ducked, came up, right cross on her chin. She fell, hit her face against the pool, and it knocked the rim of the pool, knocked out several of her teeth. She's suing for her dental work, $5,000. I believe the limit in that particular state. So she explains to Judge Judy what happened. You know, the white girl tears and the white girl, the white girl bullshit. Judge Judy's like, no. When the man tried to interrupt her, he said, no, be quiet. Let her talk. So the woman's explaining. She's all emotional bullshit, white girl nonsense, feminist white girl bullshit. And Judge Judy says, why are you here suing him? He's like, well, I told you he hit me and he knocked me on the pool. He said, you hit him first. She said, that man has every right to defend himself against you. She said, what I said on your show a couple of weeks ago, it's not about you being a woman. It's about you being an assailant. You are an assailant now. And that man has every right to defend himself. He said she wouldn't even let the man speak hardly. He said, there's no reason for you to even speak. You talk, you're going to mess this up. He said, okay. You know, You know how Judge
Damn.
Judy gets down. So don't even talk. You're gonna mess this up. So the white girl crying. And it was so beautiful. She was so distraught. And her main response, but I'm a woman. But I'm a woman. Judge Judy said, no, that doesn't mean
Well, hold on.
anything.
Hey, time out. She didn't actually utter the words, I'm a woman, did she?
Yes, she did.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah,
she said, I'm a woman. You are not supposed to hit me. Even when I'm drunk and I punch you in the back of the head, you said nothing, did nothing wrong to me. She didn't like what the guy was talking about. And she punched him in his head. This happens to black men all the time. All the fucking time. We won't admit it. We're embarrassed about it. We won't talk about it. But black men are always getting abused by black women. I'm sorry, y'all.
Well, the thing is, one of the reasons it can't get talked, like there's some situations that I've just made the calculation that I'm not going to talk about on the air. You probably look at some of my older videos, and I've talked about it. This is back in when I was just an avatar. You know, I was back in my avatar days. I've talked about some stuff. There's some stuff right now I'm not going to talk about because it won't be women. It will be other black men, not necessarily in this space, but just the people on the periphery, the people around it who like to throw bombs at it, or the people who got cool with it, dapped everybody up, and start trying to blow it up from within. You know, all of those, like they will do content on it if I explain a few things that happened. So that's the place where we're in, where the shit happens, the shit goes down, but we can't even have a honest conversation about it. And yeah, we're men, okay? We don't got to get together and hug and cry on each other's shoulder about it, but we should still be able to just have, hey, this happened. Other men need to hear it and know, like, dude, this happened. It ain't normal. It ain't cool. And fuck what you've been told and what you've been taught about, no. You ain't do shit wrong. The chick was wrong.
Absolutely.
And if you can get out of there, scot-free without putting your hands on her, great. But if she's being violent towards you, I stop right there. I stop short because I just imply the inevitability of what a person should do, getting hands put on them, because I don't even want to be,
I understand. I respect
on here advocating for it, but I'm not going to do it. But I know Hood Conservative is going. I know he don't got no qualms about talking.
I feel attacked
very freely about handing out bus driver uppercuts if need be. If need be. Let me ask you this, Hood Conservative. I came up with a theory, because there's a lot of women who, rightfully for them, they carry in their actually, it's not my theory. Somebody in the chat came up with it, but I just ran with it. I think it was Judge, but he didn't explore it like this. I explored it from this angle. Since women are walking around with their CCL, their CC, they got their permit, their concealed carry permit, or whatever it's called. A lot of women are walking around doing that. They got little guns in their purse and whatnot. Okay, cool. They're doing that to protect themselves from men if some shit go down, as they should.
Awesome.
I think that it was thrown out there that perhaps men, since we can't hit women, maybe we should start doing like they used to do. Just carry the mace and pepper spray. And if you get into a situation with a chick, you're out in public, you get into a little slight argument, she yelling at you, she kind of getting in your face, and you don't feel safe, just put and spray her ass down with the pepper spray. What's your thoughts on that?
That actually sounds respectable. That sounds like an acceptable alternative. Well, because seriously, like, you really want me to punch you in the face? No, I think mace is like a humane solution. It's the same way you can't be seen in public beating your dog. All right, well, you can't be seen in public beating your woman. All right, well, mace. I think it's a solution. We can talk about it further.
I wonder
how you make mace. I wonder how you make mace masculine, though, because like the way they sell it for women, like they sell it as like a part of the anti-rape kit, And that's a losing point for guys. So you're gonna have to kind of like
I
find a
know
way
how we
to
could do that.
reapproach it.
Conservative, I know we could do that. Put the
What's
mace
that?
in like a Taurus 9mm, shoot it like a gun, but it's mace, but it's in a gun.
And
So
then a
No, you
guy.
gotta get niggas killed, Nate. Nate, you're gonna get niggas killed. Stop. No.
Then there would be a guy on trial sounding just like the police, like the I thought I reached for the taser.
Right.
Like,
Or the Tamir Rice nigga, where it'd be like, listen, he was just walking around with his taser. It looked like a gun, so I killed the nigga. My bad.
You're right. My bad.
Good. There's a nice. I like where your energy is, though. But this could work. Because, like, all jokes aside, I don't think actually no device, no instrument would really solve the problem. Though, honestly, the problem isn't the instrument. The problem isn't you left a mark. The problem is men's attitudes.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Perfect example, right? Like, I remember, and I laugh at myself when I note the evolution or the de-evolution, however you want to look at it. But when that Chris Brown thing happened years ago, and I was like new to I was a new daddy father, so I mean a new daughter father. So like that whole daddy's girl, and you see a little cute little 2-year-old baby girl, like you couldn't imagine that she would ever grow up to ruin a man's life and burn his house down. Like it just never occurs to you. Now I kind of see that, my daughters are cute. It could totally happen. Some dude just might get one. Like, what are you gonna do? But like, I'm looking at the Chris Brown thing now. And when it happened, I hated Chris. And then as time went by, I don't even flinch when a dude when a dude slaps his woman anymore. Like, it just doesn't even bother me no more. Like, I've totally turned the corner on it because I've been through so much between that story and this moment.
Bro, my daughter, in her sophomore year, she went in class. She was at lunch. Right? I've told this story before. She was at lunch. She loves Chris Brown. Michael Jackson is the greatest entertainer on earth, and then Chris Brown. Right? So she's at the lunch table. It was like 2016 or something. Like Chris Brown album had to come out or some shit. She's at lunch talking about Chris Brown, and there were a couple of girls at the lunch table saying, "Well, Chris Brown, he beat Rihanna. He's a woman beater." My daughter, she came home. She told me, she said, "Daddy, I got in an argument today." I said, "Well, what happened?" She's telling me what happened at lunch. She said, these 2 girls said that Chris Brown was beating up Rihanna. He's a woman beater. I said, no, he isn't. I said, Chris Brown defended himself. Chris Brown was driving down the highway, and like a text or a call came in from a girl, and Rihanna started punching him and grabbed his private. He had every right to defend himself. They almost died on the freeway, and all Chris Brown did was defend himself. Yeah, that's my daughter, nigga. Yes, sir. Standing up for what's right. To this day, them goddamn monsters in liberal media. A few years ago, Robin Roberts was interviewing Chris Brown. This is like 10 years later. And she brings the shit up. 10 years later. All Chris Brown did was defend himself. Those Caribbean bitches are fucking insane a lot of the times. Caribbean women are incredibly violent. They are, dude. I got them in my family. My grandfather left his wife and got with a Caribbean woman, and she used to beat the shit out of him. They used to beat the shit out of each other. I got all sorts of stories about Caribbean women in New York with my family and how violent they can be. Man.
Well, Nate, what you just sort of stumbled onto is like a truism that I've kind of learned the hard way. And it's a very, very dangerous walking the knife's edge sort of game. But as a man, especially black man, this is why like people make fun of all the swirlers who get with all these milk toast plain white guys. As a black man, your woman has to be like mortally afraid of you to get just a basic level of respect. In order for her to give you the kind of respect that a stranger would give you, she has to fear for her life while she's in your presence, and even outside of your presence. She has to genuinely believe this nigga don't give a fuck, and he might just go there. That's also the other side of the whole Pookie thing. That's kind of the attraction there.
Yeah.
And for them, they're playing the dangerous game too. But in that context, the Pookie is the kind of guy where, at the very least, he gives off the aura of I might beat the shit out of you. And bizarre as it sounds, that is a turn on for her. A man that cannot that is willing to beat the hell out of her, it turns her on in a perverse way. And then, like I said, it's a nice edge kind of thing, because then when she get beat up and she taken to jail, like, who's really evil here? But this is the way it works. Like, you really need to have instilled a really, really mortal level of fear in a woman's body, in a black woman's body, if you're a black man. If you're a
And
white guy, you probably just whip out your MasterCard or something. I don't know.
well, let me tell you something about this black-white dynamic between black women and white men. I've told this story too. My right hand to God, everything I'm about to tell you is the absolute truth. I heard somebody on a panel once talk about how it was a swirler clip and how black female and white male marriages last so much longer than the reverse, black men and white women. Black men and white women have a pretty high divorce rate, from what I understand. And I said, I know why that is. Because black women brutalize white men. First of all, and white guys, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of white guys that are masochists. They enjoy being beaten and brutalized. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. And black women, there's a black woman in my family who has 2 white baby daddies. All right. She has beat the shit out of both of them. My right hand to God. The last time I heard about her beating her second white baby daddy, the white baby daddy was cheating on her with a woman at his job. This is like 3 or 4 years ago. I got this story. This woman in my family went up to his job and beat the shit out of him in the parking lot. Nobody called the cops. The woman that called me and told me the story, because I really don't communicate with this particular woman that was involved in the incident. She's calling, telling me the story. She's laughing. She's giggling. Such and such, she went up to his job and she beat the shit out of him. I said, if things were reversed, would you be laughing? If she was cheating on him and he went up to her job and beat her ass in the parking lot, would you be calling me laughing and smiling about this incident? She wouldn't answer me, of course. So many of these women are fucking hypocrites. They're evil. I'm not saying black women are evil. I'm not saying women are evil. I'm saying there's a lot of modern women that just are. They take pleasure in the problems and the pain that they cause. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on real quick before you real quick before you go. Conservative. SKC, you said those stats are not accurate. Are you talking about the black women marriages lasting longer with white men, or the black men and white women having a higher divorce rate? I mean, I've seen both of those stats presented at the same time, and I didn't really care to dig deep into it. A lot of the times when I scratch beneath the surface, I find out that a lot of the stuff that's just thrown out there is not true, or it came from a shaky source. So but I didn't even dig into that. But if you've dug into that, SKC, the link is in the chat room. I'm pretty sure Jackie Jack or RM is putting that in the chat room. If you can breathe, I ain't trying to hold you hostage again like I did last show. But if you can briefly come up, if you got 5 minutes to just come up and break down and explain what's inaccurate about those stats, I would appreciate it.
But real quick, I just wanted to finish the story real quick. So black women dominate white men. I have seen so many videos of black women arguing with their white boyfriends, white husbands, cursing them out. My right hand to God, I saw a video. It was a point of view of a woman laying in a bed. And at the foot of the bed was this young white guy with his shirt off. The black girl and the white boyfriend were arguing and cursing each other back and forth. The black girl called him every white racial epithet you can possibly imagine. Crack, a honk, called him everything. The white boy finally broke down and said, "You bitch nigga." She said, "Ooh, I'm getting you fired. You're on the social media calling me a nigga." Ooh. I said, I can't believe this. This fucking woman is sitting there cursing him, calling him every racial insult you can call a white person. He finally breaks down, calls her the N-word. She starts talking about how she's gonna get his job taken. He's through. He's done. I'm like, oh my God. I'm telling you, just real quick, in these white male, black female relationships, these white boys get dominated and controlled and abused a lot of the time. That's just my take on that.
I hate to help a white man's racism, but let me offer the white guy a pro tip. It's the same thing with the B word. If you're gonna call your girl a bitch, don't wait till you're upset. Do it while you're happy. Yeah. Pro tip, I'm telling you. Because if you call her a bitch while you're angry, you don't really mean it. But if you be like, damn, bitch, what are you playing for? Like, then it's a whole different ball game because now that's just how you are. So
Yeah.
like his problem, don't wait till you're angry to drop the N-bomb. Bend her over and drop the N-bomb and see how she likes it.
Bruh.
Don't ask me how I know all these how to disrespect a woman tips.
Yeah.
Bro, the time I had my incident, and I've only had to be violent with one woman in my life. I was going through the divorce. Like I said, again, I won't tell the story. You know, I've told it. But I'm telling you, after that incident, she never put her hands on me again. My right hand to God. Over a 12-month period going through our divorce, when I would find her in a lie, she would fuck with the money in my account. She was making it hard for me to take care of our children. I'm paying all the bills. She's out in the street doing whatever the fuck. I'm at home taking care of our infants. I got 2 little children. And she's going, nigga, one time I went to Walmart, right? After I got paid. So I'm gonna go stock up, get my shit for the house. Nigga, I swiped my card. It wouldn't work. I said, I just got paid today. I was working at Geico. At the time I was making like 45 grand. I'm cool. Let me go shopping. Swiped it again. Card didn't work. During the divorce, I took my car from her. I had a company car with Geico. I gave her the car that I had purchased so she could drive around. She's out doing whatever. So I took my fucking car, took the keys to it. She went and got a rental and used my card for her rental. It was like $1,200. I had no money. I had to call Enterprise. They refunded my money, blah, blah, blah. So when shit like that happened, I fly off the handle. I don't put my hands on it. I curse her the fuck out. As you can imagine, I'm really good at cursing people out. Really good at it. And then what's a black woman's response? Violence. She attacks me. Nigga, I'm doing everything I can to avoid problems in this household. All right? I got my 2 little children. This bitch is insane. She went crazy after the birth of our daughter. She's trying to destroy me, nigga. She's trying to destroy everything. I just want to get my children and get the fuck out of this situation. And she fucks with your money. She fucks up your household. You curse her out. I didn't put my hands on her. And her response is violence. To beat on me, scratch me, attack me. I try and wrestle her, get her into place to stop the fucking problem from happening. The 4th time it happened, we were on our way back from Arkansas. We dropped off our children. We're having a conversation, talking about the divorce. You know, we're in the middle of the divorce. She's telling me how I'm not going to get custody. I'm telling you, I said, I'm going to get custody of these children. There's no way I'm going to let you destroy my children. No way. And it wasn't an argument. It was a conversation. I'm not going to wild out and act crazy in my motherfucking company car on the way back from Arkansas to Memphis. So we pull over to a gas station and we're sitting there. And I was like, look, I'm telling you, I can't let my children grow up and your life is chaotic. You don't know what you're doing. And I'm young, so I don't know that she was actually going through a mental issue after the birth of our daughter. I just know I got to get us the fuck out of this situation. So I filed for divorce. I'm filing for custody. I'm getting out of this shit. I tell her, I say, look, you're out here doing all this shit with guys and shit. And I'm not going to have no strange men around my children. Do you know what she said to me? Nigga, I swear to God, I did not curse. I did not yell, nothing. She said, nigga, swear to God, she said, I'm not going to have the kids around all the guys I talk to. That's what she said. Meaning you're going to have them around some. You're going to
some of them. The decent ones.
Yeah,
the
nigga,
decent
some
ones.
of them. You're out here.
You gotta understand, Nate. Some of those niggas was auditioning to replace you, so they had to go on a test drive. Like, come on,
take her. I want you to take her. Take her, please. Take her off my hands, please. And
hold on, one question I want to ask, because I mean this is an important part that some people miss when when you talk about her getting violent with you and your response to it. Like, you basically, what happens is she comes at you violent, she's swinging, basically what we're taught to do, it sounds like what you did. Basically, you basically tried to just grab her, basically wrestle her down, and then
subdue her. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. You basically do some type of subdue tactic, and then throw her somewhere soft, like on a couch, and then try to leave. Like that's
and try to get away from her. Yeah,
and then leave the house.
I'm not stupid. I know
yeah.
all the stories and what men are going through all over the country too.
Yeah,
but
like
after I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's crazy because that's a common playbook to where we're like we're on the fly learning. I think that's judo, where it's like you're using tactics,
reverse the energy.
You learning how to reverse the energy and and then layer down soft. It's like it's crazy.
Whoa! Have you ever disarmed a woman with a knife yet? Because that's the next level. That's the next level.
I had to do that. Thank
like
God.
You're good. You're good when you don't get an accidental cut. I haven't got to that point yet, but like I can disarm a bitch. I've done it. It takes a minute, but yeah, it takes a little skill.
Pull a knife on me yet. No sir. But I can finish the story real quick.
But hold on, but see, this is what I got to deal with. I got to deal with stupid people in the chat. He says manosphere masochist nigga. No, what you're listening to is somebody saying he was married to a woman. She started getting violent with him. He got away from her and took his damn kids. That is a manosphere success story.
Thank you.
So don't try to spin it as if he's sitting there like as if he's getting beat and enjoying getting beat. The woman started getting violent with him. He did as much as he could to not have to put his hands on her, even though one time, and he did admit one time at the end he did do it.
Oh yes, I did.
But yeah, he did everything he could to try to avoid doing it. But at the end of the day, it is a success story. He got away from the crazy ex and took his kids with him, and then raised his kids successfully by himself. That is a manosphere success story. Don't try to undo the story and what's happening there. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit.
So to finish the story real quick, she said, I'm not going to have the kids around all the guys I talked to. On God, my right hand to God, I looked at her. This is the way I said it, and this is exactly what I said. I said, I hope blank, my daughter's name, I hope blank grows up to be nothing like you. Nigga, it was like somebody let loose a rabid pit bull in my company car. She's scratching my face. She's punching me in the face. I said, I'm done. And I did what I did to her. She didn't call the cops. She didn't do nothing. And like I said, nigga, she never put her hands on me again. Ever. Sorry. And any man that tries to tell me I was wrong, first of all, you're a coward. You're weak. And you don't understand natural law. How dare you tell a man not to defend himself? How dare you tell any creature on this planet not to defend itself?
Was the car in motion during this?
No, we were parked at a gas station.
All right, okay, cool.
We were parked,
you said that.
Right before we got, there's this long bridge that connects Arkansas to Tennessee. And right before we got over the bridge, I've been driving for hours, so I parked and we were just talking. And again, it was a civil conversation until I said, I hope blank, my daughter's name, grows up to be nothing like you. Nigga, she scratched my face. She was punching me in my head. I said, fuck this shit. I am done. I'm done. And I handled her. I fucking handled her. And I dare any nigga to come up here and try and have a problem with what the fuck happened. I dare.
Hey, Bernard, was I on your panel when I was saying how actually if you love your woman, you lie to her because they can't handle your raw feelings. They really can't deal with how you really, really feel. And so when the moments come when you give her some really raw honesty and she loses her shit, this is kind of an example of you were past the point of love. And so you were willing to give her the real, honest, most base truth. And it broke her. This is what I meant when I said that. You know, it sounds perverse, but men lie to the women out of love because y'all can't handle the shit. Even when he's not being a piece of shit, it's just a difficult situation. It's like y'all can't handle the truth, and that's just the way it is. And can I take a moment here because there was a conversation happening last night, and I wish I could take part, but I didn't get the chance. I was tied up at the moment. But Bernard, you're familiar with the lovely ladies of the breakdown, and
Yeah.
they had a conversation yesterday about the manosphere men and how there seems to be an underlying current that says that the basic energy of the manosphere is men wanting revenge. They don't
Oh,
want unity. They
oh,
don't want dialogue. They don't want
look,
discussion. They
look.
want blood. And from the metaphorical linguistic standpoint, yes, absolutely, I totally agree with that. And now I want to explain why for a minute, if I can.
Yeah.
The
It's
whole
some. Hold
point
on.
and
Wait.
everything Nate just said.
Okay. Wait. No. My fault. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. I was just going to say, just real briefly. For some, that is true. That's all I was going to say. For some, that is definitely true. There are some that want to talk about it, raise awareness, advocate for men, dispel, disprove, or refute, or kind of even change some social norms of what's expected. Just like how we could see the social norms and it's a woman can literally hit a man because she knows he's taught not to hit her back, and it's like it's certain social norms that just need to get changed. Or me. So some of us are
Well,
coming from that position of advocacy, but then there are some who actually experienced a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, and they own some. No, I'm just trying to ride on these bitches. Like some of them are on that where it's like
I think that's the minority.
all,
I
all,
really
yeah,
think
no,
it's
all
the
no,
the
no.
minority.
It's something that's in that, and then
Let me lay the argument out.
there's hold on, there's chat room people rooting and yelling and cheering loud from the cheap seats. But as far as the people that are actually on microphones talking, I don't see that as much. I don't see
Yeah,
that as much.
yeah,
Let,
I gotta
let me
agree.
lay it out. It's
Yeah,
not
go
it's
ahead, lay
not
it out.
revenge or some kind of. It's not like a bloody uprising kind of revenge, no.
Yeah,
And you kind of you answered it, but I'm going to just sort of rip the scab off.
go ahead.
Resetting the order of things is tantamount to revenge because you are in effect
Mm,
taking their
Mm.
power away. So make your peace with it. You're on a revenge path, whether you like it or not. This is a path to revenge because from your position right now, the only solution is to take their power. When you take a person's power away, that is not an act of love or kindness, and it certainly won't be perceived as kindness by the person who you just depowered. So make your peace with that, in my opinion. Now, the reason why is because of everything Nate just said. That's an individual thing that happened to him, right? The manosphere is not a place for the men who you all, as far as women are concerned, right? The manosphere is not a place for the men who you all gave pussy to and nothing bad happened. Those niggas would never need a manosphere. The manosphere is the place for the niggas where you either didn't fuck or you was fucking and you abused them. You fucked them so you could abuse them. And so
Mm.
that is why this place exists. This place exists because women have been getting away with gross amounts of abuse for so fucking long that you
Mm.
deserve the revenge you get as a class.
Damn.
That's
Hey,
it, period. Yes, you
hey,
deserve
Wait.
hey,
what's coming
hey,
because
hey,
you
hey,
earned
Wait.
it.
hold
hey,
on, but
hood.
let's be clear. Let's be clear. When you say you deserve what's coming, okay, this is the part where people get a little creative. Okay, when you say deserve what's coming, hood conservative, what's coming?
Oh, I can answer that too.
Nah,
Well, two things. Yeah, before you jump in there, let me say
Sure, sure,
there's two
absolutely.
sides to the coin. There is the desired outcome, which is like I said, we take their power away legally and socially. Legally is obvious, the laws and all that shit. Socially is a lot trickier because too many men agree with women. Too many men side with the women's spirit. So when a woman points a finger and says this man did something to me, too many men are willing to go to war without proof. That kind of shit has, that's a longer battle to fight. But that is kind of you want to basically have American men with sort of a Middle Eastern mindset towards women. What's the thing like? I don't know if this is like a Quran thing, but you got to have like 5 women to testify against one man. Like, a woman's word is worth 1/5 of a man's. Like, you kind of want to change men's minds in that arena, right? Those are the desired changes, right? The likely changes is society is going to crumble and women are going to suffer no matter what. I say.
All right, so the what's coming to them is basically just a whole new breed, creed, or generation of men who move different, think different, operate different, has established new social norms and charted a new course that does not lead to them being in a position to dominate or wield power over men, whether it's in relationships, children, family court, this or that. That's basically what's coming to them. But when you say there what's coming to them, and that's ultimately the revenge mission, as you said it, as you described it, right?
More or less. And you know, I use words tongue in cheek, like when I say misogyny and all that. Listen, no matter what, it will be seen as revenge. So just embrace it. Let them hate.
And one thing about a revenge mission, or even if we're going to call it a war, or the term gender war, typically wars are not fought for the people who are fighting it. It's for the next generation. So that's how I look at it. I think that the person who's dangerous, because they would take what you said, clip it, and then like I said, they'll get real creative and say, yeah, see, that revenge is going to manifest itself in somebody, doing some, mass shooting or something like that. That's how they'd want to spin it. But when you talk about it from the perspective of, damn it, I just lost what I was going to say. When you talk about it from the perspective of revenge, it's when you I forgot what I was going to say. Shit, when you understand,
picture it like this, Bernard. Picture it like this, right? A train full of men, and a woman is getting beat up, and no man blinks.
Nah, you lost me.
This happens in New York City quite often, actually. Now we are in that moment where, like, if you watch some of these videos, like women are just getting beat up on the trains a lot of times, and dudes are just like, "Listen, man, my stop is next. I ain't got time for this shit."
If I could speak to that, Bernard.
Please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do want to get.
Sure. Go ahead first.
Yeah, I do want to get Royce in here, and I do want to get to the super chats. Hopefully, I remember what I was about to say about the revenge. Okay, now this is what I was about to say about the revenge mission. The person who's talking about revenge, I think the only time that could get dangerous if he's talking about it from the standpoint of, I'm going out to seek revenge right now, today. That's what is ridiculous. But if the revenge mission is, like you're saying, charting the course for the new direction of how men should move, sort of like how I said, you're fighting the war for the next generation. People don't fight the war for themselves. They do it for, people going forward in the future. That's how people are going to hear revenge, somebody going out to enact their revenge, immediately, fast and swift, on some any means necessary type stuff. That's what people were going to try to clip that and make that out to be. But hold on, Nate. I'm way behind on super chats. Shout out to everybody who's supporting the stream. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Jamar, he's referring to the Dana White situation where he says equality equals equal rights plus equal lefts. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. The Standard RLC says just carry around a spray bottle full of water. Not as deadly, but just as dangerous. I disagree. I think.
That's funny.
Spray bottle full of water.
Yeah, to mess up their hair.
And yeah, that is. Yeah, that's a deadly weapon in the hood. Yeah,
how about vinegar? Would vinegar help? Because vinegar is kind of
fun. That too. Witch hazel, all of that.
And it's not toxic or anything. It ain't gonna kill you.
Christian Hudson in the building says Andrew Tate talked about how on the black side of his family, how the women handed out beatings. It's a clip. It's hilarious. Send me that. I'm just curious. I'm curious about that. Java Joe in the building with the $10 super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate that. Well, actually, a super sticker. He didn't say anything. Just sent a super sticker. Appreciate that. The Clue channel in the building says, but Nate, that's a female. Yeah.
That's a female.
Yeah. Captain Cisco in the building says, ask these two gentlemen what they think about SWP. I think that's Sergeant Willie P. I don't know who SW. I don't know if SWP, if you mean Sergeant. Well, those are only initials I could associate. But he says views on Dave Ramsey and corporation not wanting pay Americans and outsource manufacturing. That's a subject change.
Yeah.
We're not necessarily here to speak for every conservative out there. I'm not even sure about this particular issue. I think Captain Cisco sent me that clip. I got to still watch it, but I'll talk about it eventually. I email you before I do, but I can't talk about it now.
Well, I will say this one thing. It's not a new development that rich corporate interests are un-American, put it that way. Rich corporate interests don't have any loyalty to you as an American citizen. That's not really a shock.
But I did want to respond to what Hood Servative said about, and what you talked about, the revenge aspect of this. It's not necessarily revenge. It's knowing the consequences that are going to visit these women's lives. Again, there are going to be tens of millions of primarily white and Black American women who gave their lives to the ideology of feminism and the left, who completely disregarded the importance of, number one, picking a proper man, number two, getting up under his leadership, because that's the only kind of protection that there is for a woman, a proper man's direction, okay? It's not him coming to your aid after you engaged in criminal behavior, after you punched the Pakistani gas station attendant in the face, or you tried to steal $5,000 worth of underwear out of Kohl's. That's not when the protection comes. The protection comes in advising you not to do that stupid shit. And since Black women are independent, and Black women are all bosses, and Black women are all tens, and Black women call the shots, just watch what happens. You don't even have to want the worst for them. Their actions are going to bring on the worst for them. So just sit back and watch. It's not about revenge. You don't have to do anything. You could park a lawn chair on your beautifully Bermuda-sided front lawn. I got Bermuda side on the front of my house. I'm going to park a lawn chair there, sit and just watch. Drink a cognac and just watch them burn, because that's what's going to happen to them. You spent your whole life dismissing the importance of men, telling the world how you ain't got to listen to no man, when you were designed by your creator to make a proper man the center of your entire life. And what do? You dismiss it. I ain't listening to no man. Black men get accused of being controlling and violent because they're trying to guide you properly. They're trying to give you the protection you run your fucking mouth about. And you divorce them. You take their babies from them. And then you say, you get on dating shows and talk about how they were controlling and abusive. Let them burn. I'm not saying all Black women. The Black women that want to participate in that kind of evil and contradictory nonsense, let them burn. Let them burn. And let the dumb niggas that want to cape for them and advocate for them, and yeah, it's a female, man, don't say nothing bad about her, let them burn too. Let them all burn.
Royce J in the building. Thank you for your patience. You got the floor. You got the mic. What's up? What's on your mind?
What's up? Happy New Year, Bernard. Happy New Year, Hood Servative. Happy New Year, Little Big Nate. What's up, y'all?
How are you, sir?
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, Nate, did you before I jump into it, Nate, did Tito get in touch with you?
Are you Roger something?
No, I'm Mr. Royce J.
I'm sorry, not Roger Royce. Your email. No, brother Tito never got in touch with me, man. I'm waiting though. I look forward to him getting in touch with me, sir.
I'll reach out to him and
excellent. Brothers are busy, but no problem, man. No problem.
Yeah. All right. Well, on this subject of bidirectional domestic violence and domestic violence in general, I have a very deep background in this, as well as a background in beating up women, and not not as in just hauling off, slapping women in the mouth, but for years I was a martial arts instructor, and I took 4 women to state martial arts championships, and in order to do that, they would have to train with me, and I would have to beat them up like their opponents would. So, so you know, I kind of, you know, got away with strong arming some women that probably needed, and they're better women for it. Anyway, I also have a background in police work. I did 28 years as a police officer, and I got a chance to go into a lot of houses during domestic violence incidents, post domestic violence incidents, and I'll be the first to say that from what I've seen when I was in the Chicago area, because I'm not in Chicago anymore, I'm in Florida now that I'm retired. But from what I've seen over the 28 years I was working, the violence is bidirectional. A lot of the one-way violence was almost always initiated by women.
Thank you.
One of the calls I went to at a white couple's house in a very nice area of the Chicagoland area. The wife and the husband, they were having, you know, marital problems, because marital problems is what happens when you have a marriage. Well, the husband said something that the wife didn't like. The husband was a stage 4 cancer patient who had cancer in his stomach. He said something that the wife didn't like, and her response was to give him a teep in his stomach. Now, Nate, you know what a teep is.
Yes, hard kick right in the
that's a
right
hard
in the belly.
front kick.
In the
She
stomach.
kicked him in his stomach down the stairs. And when I got to the house, and the husband and the kids told me what happened, I put the wife in the cuffs, and she looks at me like, "Why are you arresting me? I'm a woman." And I was like, "You're an offender right now. That's what you are. You're an offender. You're going to jail."
Yes, sir.
And you know, I've seen so many situations like that. I saw one situation where a guy.
Wait, hold on, Royce J. Let me ask you this, because Nate said earlier when he was on he was talking, quoting the Judge Judy episode where the chick said, "But I'm a woman." And then you just said something very similar.
Assailant. Judge Judy said you're an assailant, not a woman.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. She said you're an assailant. You're an assailant. But the chick said, "I'm a woman," right? Yeah. And so you said you said you were a cop, correct? Because I was typing,
Yes.
I wasn't exactly hearing.
Yes.
I was missing some aspect of the story. So you were a cop and you were arresting a woman. Was it normal for the woman in that situation, even when she's done wrong, for her to basically enunciate the words? Because it's one thing for us to know that they think like that eternally. It's a whole nother ball of wax when they literally say it out loud. Like, but wait a minute, I'm a woman. What are you're arresting me? It's
Heard
like
it more than once.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. Like that speaks to what I was saying in my opening monologue about how it's not coincidental, you know. It's calculated and understood. You know, it's not like they just blew up, some shit happened, and then they just slapped a dude. You know, no, it's a conscious, calculated decision. I know I know he's taught not to hit me back. I know he's not supposed to hit me back. Therefore, I can hit him. and then if shit hits the fan and they come here, I know that he's going to be at fault and I'm not at fault. So that's why I say when it comes out of their mouths, wait a minute, I'm a woman. That means they've thought about it and made the calculation.
They already know. Exactly. And like I said, that wasn't the first time I heard it. In another area in the west suburbs of Chicago, I was just sitting up at a spot doing some paperwork, and I see a guy and a girl in a hotel lobby, and the guy is looking like a deer in the headlights, like, you know, not that, oh shit, the cops are here. He was looking like, help me, you know. And so, being a person who's seen this lots of times for men and women, I know that look when I see it. And so, I get out my car, go to the guy, and say, "Hey, man, is everything all right?" And he was like, "Officer, I just need her to leave." And the girl jumps in, black girl. No, we don't need any help. We don't need you here. No, we good, we good. And he was like, "No, I don't. I just want her to leave." And so I said, "What's going on, man?" And the girl kept trying to run interference. And so, I told her, "Hey, you need to be quiet. I'm talking to him right now." I pulled him aside and I said, "What's going on?" And he lifted up his shirt and there's a plug in his stomach of teeth marks.
Mm.
Mm.
And I said, "She did that to you?" He said, "Yeah, I broke up with her and she didn't want to break up. So she bit me in the stomach while I was driving, a la Chris Brown." And so I said, "What do you want to do?" He said, I just want to get her away from me. I don't want to press charges or anything.
Of course
I,
not.
right. He said, I just want to get away from me. And she followed me into this hotel room, into this hotel lobby. And so, I turned to her and I said, "Hey, what's going on?" She said, um, "Ain't nothing going on. Me and him just had a disagreement and we'll work it out." And I asked her, I said, "Did you bite him?" And she said, "Yeah, I bit him because he wanted to break up with me." And I said, "So that meant you should bite him?" And she was like, "Well, yeah, I was mad. I didn't really hurt him," which is another thing women think. They think
Yeah.
that their violence isn't as isn't as pronounced as a violence from a man. And so, as I'm talking to her, the hotel,
Well,
the
can I
hotel,
jump in real quick with something? That
yeah,
that thing, I think there's a nuance to that, and I think women understand this. Women don't really hit you to hurt you physically, because like when a man hits you, the immediate response is to hit back. There's no there's no moral guilt about you hitting him back, right? But because as a man, you kind of have this weird moral conundrum when she hits you. It's not about the physical violence. She's hitting you to essentially emasculate you. It's not a physical
Mm.
dominance. That's an
oh
emotional
yeah,
ploy. It's a real
it's
danger. I mean, it's a real like subtle thing, but that's what's going on there. Because honestly, her hit doesn't feel anything like mine. But but
But
but the
I
fact
think
that you can do it and I can't hit you back, that hurts way more than you punching me.
but you don't
I
think
think
these
the
women want
bite.
to hurt these men
Wait, hold on.
physically?
I was about to lay out a
No,
Yeah,
no.
distinction there.
I
No,
think the shame of what he had to explain to the cop and the fact that he didn't want to press charges, that shame is more painful to him than that bite on his stomach. That's what
well,
I'm saying.
but see, that's where I draw a distinction. I think when she goes to other tactics like biting, like that's her understanding that her fist is not doing as much. Like if it's like a fist or a slap, that is the emasculation. If it's
right.
a weapon or a hard bite to draw blood, then that is,
No,
yeah,
no,
That
she's
no.
trying to hurt.
They
yeah,
only
yeah.
hit you. They only hit you to emasculate you. It is always emasculation. Because
Well,
Oh
listen,
yeah, it's
from
always
a
that, but
physical
it's other stuff
standpoint, it's
too.
always about her being dominant. And in order for a woman to dominate a man, she has to demasculate. I would demasculate. She has to emasculate him, take away his masculinity. Those two things are inseparable.
Yeah, I disagree when it comes to them getting weapons. I disagree
Well,
with that.
I think it's both. I think it's both to a degree. What Hood just said, I don't doubt that one bit because it's more or less it's exerting a type of dominance um, when that happens, but also when it comes to teeth and weapons, that's also I'm trying to hurt you because it's personal. So I agree that they both exist in the same vacuum. The degree to which they both exist varies, depending on the situation and the person, but both of those are always there to some extent. So anyway,
If I could,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Royce. But real
Um,
quick, if we could go back in time just a second, in 1974, Al Green's ex-girlfriend busted into his bathroom and poured scalding hot grits on his back. We have a
That's why we call them
long
Al
history
Grits.
in doing incredibly violent shit to black men. The lies that have been told about all these black women using the excuse of my grandmother, my great grandmother were abused, so I don't want to be married. It's mostly lies. If you look at the stats today, Ann Coulter wrote a book. I can't remember the name of the book, but in it, she went over the domestic violence stats. Domestic violence is almost non-existent in marriages. It's almost non-existent. The overwhelming majority of domestic violence is in people shacking up. Men don't abuse their wives. The vast majority of men value their wives. They're making tremendous investments in their wives. They don't abuse them. It was something like between 1.6 and 3.2 incidents per 1,000 couples. That's almost non-existent. Domestic violence
One other thing.
in marriages.
I mean,
One other
now
thing in
that
those numbers, I'm really sorry, really quickly. One other thing in those numbers, no one ever says this directly, but you can suss this out by reading the domestic violence stats, because some years when you compare fatalities, right, mortality rates, where a partner kills another partner, men generally kill women more often. That's how it typically goes. Men are the more violent, more physically capable. Not necessarily more violent, but we're better at violence. Women are
Yeah,
more
more
violent, but
efficient.
men are better at violence, right? And
That's
so that's
really why
how men,
the male suicide rate is higher,
men are
low
better
key.
at everything,
yeah, we're competent.
Women attempt it
even
just
at
as
being
much.
women.
They attempt it just as much. They just suck at it. Even
Right,
when it comes to killing ourselves, we know how to get the job done. But all right, go ahead.
right. But the thing about black women in particular, right? There have been years where most of the time, like I said, the men are killing the women, but there have been years where black women have equaled and outpaced black men and partner fatalities, right? So
Are
what
you
that
serious?
means is, pull up the data. There have
Whoa,
been years,
hold on.
and I think we're going back in between like the 80s and 90s.
If you
But
got
yeah,
data
there have
on
been
that,
years.
hold on, wait, time out. If you got data on that, you do realize that completely dunks on all of this stuff they be talking about. Every 4 to 5 hours, a black woman is killed in intimate partner violence. But if they're keeping pace, they can't make that argument no more. But go ahead,
Well, some of that probably is black women killing each other too. Lesbian
Thank
relationships
you.
are the most violent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pink Book Lessons in 2 weeks did 2 stories on 2 separate incidents of the lesbianist masculine killing the lesbianist femme. Both cases. One had the woman in the trunk of her Dodge Challenger for 10 days, driving around with a new black girlfriend until she got pulled over. She had a shootout with the cops. She was killed. And then another, I believe, killed herself after she killed her femme black girlfriend in front of her like 8-year-old daughter.
That
Yeah,
that
I
just
think
goes
that happened
to
in Atlanta.
reinforce the point. That just reinforces the point that we've been making. And I tell you, I've been getting a kick out of laughing at like the Butch Dykes or whatever. They are the funniest niggas in the world because we've been saying for a long time those Butch aggressive lesbians, they only mimic the worst of black men.
You would
Nobody out.
never
They never want to be Ben Carson. They never want to be the lesbian version of Ben Carson or any of the educated lames. None of that.
you've never seen one that looked like Kevin Samuels ever.
No, dude.
No.
If you go to the Pink
They
Book,
all look like Allen Iverson and Manny Fresh.
bro, I swear to God, you go to the Pink Book Lessons site on YouTube. One of them is on a motorcycle. She's flexing her bicep on a motorcycle. One hand on the handlebar, one arm flexing her muscle. Tattoos all over her. Fuck it. Not only do they choose the worst black men, they choose the worst black women that act like the worst black men. They're fucking insane. I'm sorry. I'm not talking about all black women. I'm talking about all of you boss chicks who know everything, who ain't going to listen to nobody give you any decent advice. You're going to go out there, you're going to destroy yourselves, and black men should just sit and watch. Sit and watch. You have no obligation to protect them from themselves or anybody else. I did a stream where the cocktails nightmare horse on Fox Soulless. They were talking. There was like a 10-minute clip on a 50-minute clip where they're talking about Megan Thee Stallion and how Joe Budden said something negative about Megan Thee Stallion, and all these nightmare old bitter ran-throughs are just talking about how do we got to protect black women and how women are taking over. Vivica Fox said, "Oh, that clown is just mad that girls are here and we taking over." And I said on my stream, I said, how come these monsters, these nightmare monsters, these 4 women on Fox Soulless, how come I said, how come they never advised Megan Thee Stallion to protect herself by not sleeping with half of the industry? Protect yourself by not ruining your image and getting all in these bad business deals. What? How come nobody tells these women to protect themselves? You're supposed to just be able to go out, do the most heinous, horrible shit, and then people come to your aid to protect you. Black women want to be protected in their evil. That's what they need to say, because that's what they want.
The Standard RLC in the building says from 1976 to 1989, more black men were killed by IPH. I don't know what that is.
Intimate partner something.
Intimate partner homicide than black
Yes.
women.
I told you.
I read that in The Man Not, Tommy Curry. That is a fascinating statistic. It really is.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. According to the numbers that we can all, according to the white man's numbers, and everybody knows how the white man is about numbers, black women are more lethally violent than any other ethnic demographic in the country.
And
now, maybe you could say that same about black men as far as, intimate partner violence goes as well. I'm willing to leave that out there too, right? However, it does kind of give us a little bit of cover here, because it's not just like black men are monsters. It's like this whole thing is kind of violent. Don't just make one of us the bad guy.
Mm-hmm. And also the slave. Who did the slave master put in charge of the slaves? Some brutal dictator, probably morbidly obese black woman that would beat the shit out of everybody and keep everybody in line. It was a black woman that was usually put in charge of the slaves.
Well, I don't.
Alex Jones talked about it.
The way, y'all know how I roll. I don't like to go all the way back to slavery to make a point, but that was one that I actually haven't heard. I mean, every time that I've seen it, rather read or seen it in a movie, this normally they have a black male, overseer kind of doing that shit. But
oftentimes I've read it was a black woman who oversaw the slaves. Let's be honest, dog.
Yeah. I mean,
imagine. Okay, let's go back to Color Purple time or whatever.
I can work with Color Purple. I ain't in the business of charging, holding black women accountable for what they did during slavery.
No problem.
Yeah. That's another level. I'm not saying that there isn't some academic scholarly research that can be done on that. I just don't like to relate it hardcore to this part of the
understood. Mm-hmm. Black women, give me a period of time knowing how black women react, how they've always reacted to violence and things, then just how they react to being upset. You mean to tell me black men are coming home in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s and just beating and brutalizing black women? You mean, I can almost guarantee you, why don't we ever talk about who's initiated the majority of the violence through the last 100 years of black relationships? Who do you think, percentage-wise, have black women at least initiated 51% of all the domestic violence in black relationships in the last 100 years? I guarantee you it's at least 51%. Black men have been in fear of black women for decades.
I remember months ago, you guys remember, what's his name? Amiri Brown, something. The Great Liberators guy. You guys remember him, right? So months ago, he actually was, he put up a post about some kind of story back from like the slavery days, or just it was like a just after slavery, like new post slavery days, and some black guy had got taken to court. He got arrested and I think convicted actually for beating his wife, right? And Mary kind of brought that story up to highlight how, the black man always wanted to brutalize the woman or whatever, right? But then, you got to read further than just what people put out. So I look up the whole story and I dig into it. And as it turns out, this is the legal state of affairs at that time. And this is what's really interesting about that story outside of the little shit Amiri was trying to say. During that particular point in American jurisprudence, right? You could have uh, a man, white man, essentially, exercise domestic discipline, as Saint Kevin would say, against over his woman. So a husband could physically correct his wife, right? Now, slavery ends. The black man is now essentially in that same position as the man of the house. And the argument was that as the man of the house, you should have the same rights to physically discipline your wife as the white man. And mind you, this phenomena of the black man wanting to have the same rights as the white man, and actually it's your woman who doesn't want you to have those rights, goes way back a long ways if you think about it. Wow. So now this black man who was arrested for beating his wife, who was arguing in court that he actually has legal authority because this is the law on the books, right? He was denied his legal rights that the white man has because he was black. That is actually how the case went down and how he went to jail. Because by law, he was correct, but by color, he was wrong. And that was the game right there. So from that little kernel of truth, what you can kind of see has always been the dichotomy in America. The white man has pretty much always had, and I hate to even sometimes go down this road, but this is very true. The white man has actually had more power and control over his woman than the black man has had. And even to a certain extent, has taken some of the black man's power over his woman away. And that's kind of been the real thing here. And this is actually baked into American legal history.
Man, I tell you, I love Hood, man. I love this dude. Oh my God, man. This dude, man. I'm telling you, he bring it. Man.
Right on. Shout out to everybody in the building. And like y'all can see, I'll go ahead and get this in right now while I got a slight break in action. On January 23rd, y'all can click the link right there. Y'all can come on and hang out if you're in the Detroit area. If you're in the Detroit area, I'll just read it. I think open night rally and a few Black Manosphere Bros at Barcade Detroit for games and drinks, January 23rd, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. No cover charge or fees. More info here at Evite. Go ahead and click on that. Shout out to Christian Hutchinson for basically being the guy who set all that up. We get together once a month in Detroit. If you're in the area, come on through. Y'all make sure you go subscribe to the brothers on this panel as well. You got Hood Conservative, Little Big Nate, and Royce. You got a channel, don't you? I think I asked you.
Yes, I do. Hey, yes, I do. And if you don't mind, I'm going to spam your chat room with my
You really only got to do it once, and then I think RM or Jackie probably take over and put it in there more than a few times. But so yeah, feel free to go ahead and do that. Yeah, I'll be forgetting about you. So yeah, spam it in there so I can click on that bad boy too. But all right, yeah, I don't know if we ain't got all far upfield. I forgot where we was at. But,
I wanted to talk about something real quick about that Gabrielle Union thing.
I was about to circle it. I was just about to circle it back to the main topic. Sometimes it's going to be far out in the weeds. I like, all right, let me bring us back to the
right. Yeah, I was gonna neatly segue back into the Gabrielle Union piece and actually tie this whole conversation together in one real exclamation point, because and you know me, I've been kind of laying in on this point quietly for a while, not quietly, but subtly for a while now. The notion of men having dominance and authority over women. What's the word? Dominion. The notion of men having dominion, I like the word dominion. It sounds like God created that word. Like God is in that word. You know what I'm saying? Like the
Yeah,
notion of men having dominion.
when you say dominion, it don't even sound abusive. It just sounds like
Right. Right. You know, I'm getting better at this abuse shit.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
You're talking about
It sounds like
responsibility and stuff.
right, exactly. It sounds like ownership and responsibility over your wards. You know, if that
Well, that's
woman is supposed
literally
to
how
fall
men
under
look at it.
Well, I'd like to talk
Go-
about
go-
this. Sorry.
Well, no,
go
well,
ahead.
Hood, I don't know if you made your point, Hood.
No, I'm sorry because Royce was saying something. I know I interjected. I didn't mean to cut you off like that, Royce. But let me finish the point. I'm sorry.
No.
So the idea of men having dominion over the women, right? What I think, and I tried to explain this before, and I'm going to keep pointing this out every time the opportunity presents. If you do not oppress the women will by nature, okay, by nature, this is written into their DNA by God Himself. He has mandated, men, it is your task. If you do not oppress him, you are cursed to be oppress him. If you do not oppress them, if you do not, as men, if we do not oppress the women, God has cursed us to be oppressed by the women. It is almost written in the story. Adam and Eve, okay? First thing he did wrong, listen to his woman. Hurt, pain and suffering ever since, right? You know, I'm being kind of loosely metaphorical, but the idea holds that it's written into women's nature. If the men don't dominate them, they will dominate the man. And the problem is this, right? Men dominating women tends to be a far more productive endeavor for all parties. All right. Yeah, you know, bad people exist and people do wrong. But generally speaking, all things, you know, weighed out evenly, men having control over women will build a more productive, a more stable, a more socially respectable outcome than having women dominate men. And then let's get to the ultimate quiet reality. No matter what women say, no matter what they've been trained to say, no matter what they've been encouraged to believe, when it really boils down to it, and you can't get away from this because so many little lessons in life point this out to you all the times, just like in the story the story Royce told. Guy got bit on the stomach, probably cut him deep, probably took a chunk of fat out, and he didn't want to press charges, right? Because he's better than her. He is being the bigger person, right? That's what that whole scenario. I'm going to be the bigger person, not make this worse, not get everyone's lives all tangled up for no good reason. I am going to be the bigger person. Bigger is also known as better. Generally speaking, bigger is better. He was being the better person because women and nature and the fucking law expects men to be better than women. We, by God's grace and by legal mandate, are supposed to be better than women. And the women expect you to be better than them. That's why they don't want you to do to them what they would do to you, because you're supposed to be better than that. You're a fucking man. That's what
You
that's
know what?
about.
And that's the trap. That is the trap right there that so many men fall into. Is that they are supposed to be better than women, and therefore men spend their lives trying to be better, and women have figured out a long time ago how to manipulate that to their advantage, and therefore you have men risking their lives and dying just so they can, on behalf of women, just so they can be known as a good man, you know. So yeah.
And what does all that protection get the men that engage in it? Gets them killed, gets them put in jail, and the women they're protecting honestly could care less about them.
Look what just happened in Buffalo. Look what just happened in Buffalo. This woman sent her husband out to go get milk for a single mother.
No, bro. No. The woman, his wife, didn't want him to go.
Oh, okay.
Yes, bro. Yeah, Pink Book Lessons did. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro, but I just want to let you know the wife was interviewed. She said, I told him not to go. His pregnant wife fell asleep, and he left and did it anyway. Go ahead.
And that guy, in order to be seen as a good man, ended up dying in that blizzard.
Yes, sir.
You know, so now you have two women with no man.
Just to let you know what Brother Royce is talking about, there was an African immigrant who moved to Buffalo, I believe, New York. He was known in the community as, Mr. Help 'em. Anything, anybody needing the community, he would do it. Found a young lady, did the right thing, got married. She was pregnant with their child, Buffalo, terrible weather.
Mm-hmm.
He and his wife said, we were straight. We had gotten all the necessities, and we were riding out the storm. There was a woman in the apartment complex, a single mom with a baby, and she ran out of milk. Of course, the single mom came and asked the African immigrant, who's known as Mr. Fix-It, to go get him some milk. He told his wife he was going. His wife said, no, I don't want you out there. She fell asleep. He left and did it anyway. Mr. Save him. He went out there. He drove. I guess something happened to his car. He got out, tried to walk somewhere. The cold overtook him. A woman pulls up, puts him in her car, drives to an emergency room. The fucking dude, she went to the front of the hospital instead of the back, which is where the emergency room entrance is. The fucking hospital workers said, we can't help him. Take him to the back of the hospital. The woman said, oh my God. She went across the street to a children's hospital, went into the front entrance. At the children's hospital, they pulled him in, tried to resuscitate him. He had died.
Wow.
This man died. Black men don't protect black women, right? When black men die all the time protecting black women. Every week, it seems like there's black men dying protecting black women. Tory Lanez is in jail because he tried to protect black women.
I bet you they don't have the stats on that.
No,
I bet you,
there are no stats on that, Royce. I can guarantee. But that man died. He was a young father, had his first child on the way. He's dead. She's a widower. And how appreciative do you think that single mom with the baby is going to be? How much of her life is she going to devote to that man that threw his life?
Hey, hold on. RM, that's kind of mean. You said his cape froze.
Oh God!
Wow!
Oh my God!
That's cold.
I didn't think that was in RM.
That's kind of mean for you,
cold.
RM.
RM, you got to go sit in the corner.
That's hood conservative level cold-bloodedness right there.
Listen, let that be a lesson to you.
Somebody take his phone.
Your cape is not stronger than nature.
And shout out to Randy Easter. Randy Easter mentions white woman helped him out in snow. It was a white woman that pulled him into her car and drove him to the hospital. There's that layer of it too. It's just insane. Every time a black man goes out of his way to try to do something, and I guarantee you he felt the pressure, he felt the guilt, because that's what a lot of black men operate in, who think they're responsible for the community. If he would have put his family first, that woman and her baby would eventually got through it. He'd be there to see the birth of his first child. Wait
a minute. It's so messed up that it didn't even dawn on me. He was going to get like the Similac stuff.
Similac for the single mom's baby.
For another chick's baby. His baby is at home.
Did she suffer like breast cancer and get her titties cut off or something prior to having this baby?
Thank you. These women don't breastfeed.
Damn it. If your baby got to survive off titty milk for what? 72
2-3
hours?
days maybe.
72 hours tops.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Come on. Like, that wasn't even that wasn't
an emergency.
Exactly.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real emergency.
Yeah. I don't know why it didn't dawn on me right when I was hearing the story that, wait a minute, just breastfeed for 48 hours. And I've actually talked about that, how, it is something different going on in the water and the chemicals and the whatever the hell, where it seems as if women allegedly, supposedly, seemingly don't produce as much breast milk. But hey, if y'all got to suffer through it or fight through it, I mean, and somebody did come up and say that, well, a baby could suck down 4 bottles of the Similac, but the breast milk, it got real nutrients in it. You don't have to overstuff them with as much of it. Like one bottle of it, if they sit there and get the pump and they pump 1 bottle of breast milk, that the nutrients in there is enough to sustain the baby. So even if we accept the argument that they ain't producing as much, I mean that baby would have got enough nutrients in those 72 hours to where the baby wouldn't have starved to death. So it wasn't an emergency.
That baby wasn't in danger of starving. But
yeah, it was more of a, she had to give up she had to basically give up a modern convenience for 72 hours. That's pretty much what he got killed for, to help her not have to give up her modern convenience. It's like that. No, that's
pretty much.
That's some
the
nonsense.
Results of coming to the aid of the community. Yes, sir. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it, man. I'm telling you.
See,
Your only obligation.
He's blaming the Black and Milds and cheap liquor on women not being able to produce breast milk. It's something, like I said, it's something in the waters and the chemicals and the GMO, the GMOs, genetically modified. It seemed like it's something in there. There's something in there. I'm about to get
EPAs in the plastics, yes, sir.
Yeah, I ain't about to get Nate talking about the vaccines.
No, we don't want to.
But yeah, we ain't. But maybe it's something. Maybe it's something in the stuff that we.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, I ain't about to get you started. But it's something modern going on that probably is affecting women ability to produce breast milk. I don't.
Also, if I could just say this. These formulas are extremely high in high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup, the effects on a child, it stunts the growth of their brains. High fructous corn syrup is poisonous. And some of these formulas are 70% high fructose corn syrup.
And it also makes them addicts.
Yes. Yeah. To the sugar. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. And that's really helping to produce all these fat people that we got. They getting addicted at 6 weeks old. They getting addicted to the like the high fructose corn syrup, sugar, and all that shit.
And
but
children who can't sit and listen in class, children who can't sit and focus, they're running around the classroom, they're acting crazy. Yeah, you raised your children on high fructose corn syrup while you were doing whatever you wanted to do instead of nursing your baby.
Yeah. Freeman's Journal in the building says, facts. Eve sought power, the knowledge of good and evil. Freedom for women means they seek power over men, period. There is no other outcome. Yeah, and we talk about these things, and and people like hood conservative, he'll put it in a very a pejorative or polarizing kind of way. But when we circle back and explain it, when we talk about talking about a situation where women having power over men, how that's bad for everybody. It ends up being bad for the woman, the children, and the man. When men are in a power position, that ends up being good for the man. When women, even though they don't like it, it does end up being good for them, because then they get what they claim that they want all the time, and they're not lacking is that somebody that to basically take care of them and provide for them. And then that person taking care of them, providing for them, he's taking care of and providing for the children. So when men are in a better position or in a power position, it ends up being good for men, women, and children. And if it's good for men, women, and children, it's good for society, the whole culture, the community. So even though everything comes off misogynistic, it's like it's for your own best interest. It's for your own best interest.
That's why
we're the parent that spanks you because we love you.
And that's why I find so offensive when women say down with the patriarchy, burn down the patriarchy. And it's even more offensive when men say it. There was a guy on Tiffany Cross, I have the clip, and he says he's on there with Roland Martin when Tiffany Cross talks about Kevin Samuels and Tariq Nasheed. This black, male, effeminate, leftist clown says, the reason black men don't want to support Stacey Abrams is because, they're all, they're misogynists and, they're patriarchal and white supremacists. They've taken on those views. That's a black man saying that. How dare you disrespect patriarchy? Patriarchy protects everybody. Everybody. protected under
patriarchy.
Well, real quick, wait, hold
Patriarchy
on.
is why we.
Hood, you was about to jump in, and I think you got cut off. So I do want to. Damn, what the hell is going on? Oh wait, hold on. I was messing up something in the back. But I do want to pass it to Hood. But Freeman's Journal, thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, go ahead and support the stream. Support what? What the hell? Why isn't that? All right, I thought I was clicking on something else. I was trying to click on something else. But definitely support the stream. Hit the like button. Do all of that good stuff. Do all of that good stuff. Do appreciate each and everybody who supports the stream. Go ahead, Jose, if you got it.
No, the thing I was going to say about Gabrielle Union, and I think you might have mentioned this before, but it very much it's an extreme example, but this is also like the logical endpoint of where we're at. Gabrielle Union sort of is embodying like she is peak strong black woman right now. And when you reach peak strong black woman, your man gets pegged. His identity, his very masculinity just becomes questioned. She may never ever have done anything sexually compromising to him, and it doesn't matter because he may as well be getting pegged. For all he has had to sacrifice, you might as well have bent over too. Like, why not? Why are you going to sacrifice all that you've given up and you won't even bend over? Like, now it looks like something's wrong with you. So like just her being who she is compromises him as a man. And then on top of that, her reaching peak strong black woman, now your son has started ahead of the game on his path to becoming strong black woman. One day your son will reach peak strong black woman. That is really what we're up against here. And that whole Addams family, they are like the new Black Addams family, by the way. But that whole Addams family is like the enemy, essentially. Like, that is the embodiment of all that you should be working to avoid as a man. You know, black man, whatever, just as a man, because there are white guys going through this shit right now and taking their women to court and all that. But Dwayne Wade, I guess he ain't gonna take his woman to court because, you know, he's a strong black man and shit. But like, as a man, this is what you're up against. If you allow women as a group, if you allow them to reach peak strong black women, you will be sexually questionable. Your masculinity will forever be in doubt, and your sons will get a head start on the path to becoming peak strong black women. That is the game, gentlemen.
I wonder, when I look at the dynamic between Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union, I wonder what percentage of black women look at that relationship with adulation, and what percentage of black women look at that relationship with a side eye and with a level of contempt. Wow, that's not how things are supposed to be. I would guarantee you it's probably 90% to 10% that the overwhelming majority of black women look at the dynamic of that relationship between those two, including his Fruit Loop of a son, and celebrate that shit. And you can't do anything with a woman who thinks that way. And it's unfortunate. It breaks my heart, but it's just the truth.
Two things really quickly, Nate, that prove you correct. One, the explosion of the gay rappers, Saucy Santana, that whole thing is almost totally driven by women. And
Absolutely.
Then two, I know that I've been waiting for this to happen, and it hasn't happened yet, and I'm wondering how the community will respond. But this issue of like the drag queen story hour, and now it's gone from drag queen story hour to they're just doing full on burlesque drag queen shows. Like, they're shaking their little fake tatas in kids' faces now, and I'm wondering, one, how come that is not a topic of discussion whatsoever in any black circles? And then two, when that finally does come to a major black population center, what will the women's response be? And I fear that they will quietly condone it, if not openly promote it.
Gay is the new black.
They already
I lost 2 channels talking about that stuff in this space. 2 channels I've lost. Doing streams on that shit.
That's what the bro, Dirty Folks, he talks about that whole thing with black is for women, gays, and felons. And shout out to that brother for coming up with that.
Yes. Now, I disagree, but I understand what he's saying. They've co-opted the term black and they're applying it to every unnatural, degenerative behavior you can imagine. Because,
Yes,
black is
sir.
popular, black is cool. So let's attach black to gay. Let's attach black to trans. Let's attach black to mutilating children in an attempt to become something they never could. And black people sit by, we accept it. You brothers in this space get mad at me for saying the things I say about the Luciferian left. This is not hyperbole. I am not exaggerating. These people are going to destroy us and this country. If you don't have to go to war with these people. The war is simply saying no. All you have to do is say no. No, I'm not going to call a man a woman. No, I'm not going to call a woman a man. No, I'm not going to play this game with you. I'm not going to suspend reality. In my opinion, look, I'll say this and I'll stop. God makes a man. The devil says, I can make the man a woman. God makes a woman. The devil says, I can make the woman a man. God says, all of my creations are unique. Not even two snowflakes are the same. The devil says, I can reproduce and clone whatever I want. God makes rain, hail, snow, and earthquakes. The devil says, I can control the weather with my harp system. There is a war between the devil and God. The devil hates God and all of his beautiful creations, and he seeks to destroy them. You're going to have to pick which side of this you're going to be on. You're going to play these games, and whether you like it or not, all this social programming is done through one of the political parties, okay? That's demanding that, UC Berkeley law professors get up in front of the United States Senate subcommittee and argue that men can have babies.
I always look at it like this, as far as the like he quoted dirty folks, so I saw in the chat, the women, gays, and felons. I always look at it like this: whenever a politician panders, salute Dr. Thunder. Whenever a politician panders to black people, whenever a politician does that, everything that they pander, that they offer up, any initiative, anything that has anything to do with black, who is it to? It's always it's to women, it's to gay people. Mm-hmm. It helps black male black men who have been in the criminal justice system or who are currently there. So that's why I say it is extremely accurate when he say, he puts it in the, again, that's hood conservative. A lot of people do that. You put it in a very provocative, polarizing way to say black means women, gays, and fellas. But what it actually means in all practicality, when people are talking about black as a demographic, as a political, as a voting base, or as a community, that if they're talking about doing anything for black people or participating or in any way, shape, or form, that's who they're typically talking about. They're not talking about. You don't see as much straight black men, straight black non-criminal record having black men included in anything. You just don't.
Facts.
Even if you're talking about boys who aren't old enough, like you don't even see nothing for black boys. It's like, you have to grow up, become a man, break the law. Now we care. That's pretty much what it is. That's pretty
Facts.
much.
And as a black man, your job universally is to get behind black women and whatever they want to do. You are never to take point. You are never to be in a position of leadership. This is what it kills me when I hear black women say, if I could find a man that would lead the way I want him to, that's not leadership. When Staff Sergeant comes into the barracks and screams at the top of his lungs to the new recruits to get out of bed at 4:45 in the morning so we can go on a 5-mile hike, do you think those new recruits like the way Staff Sergeant treats them? No, they follow Staff Sergeant's leadership because Staff Sergeant has a record of building up the men the way the military wants them. Leadership isn't there to make you comfortable with it. You get under the leadership of a man that has results. And that's not what modern women do. And Black women almost never do that. They don't want leadership until they want to be led out of the conundrum they've gotten their lives into. And these men are not going to do that anymore.
And then at that, they want to tell you how to lead them. They want to top from the bottom. So
yeah. If I could find a man that would lead the way I want to, I would let him lead. How are you letting somebody lead? That's insane.
Well, this is how you know it's all a word game, and this is why like it's a lot easier. As men, women use like all these nuances to kind of obscure the black and white reality of things. And this is why, like, as a man, I know the black and white reality isn't 100% accurate in every situation, but it's a better guide than just acting as if everything is okay, because as a man, right, you kind of need that baseline of reality, and it's easier to think in terms of like, all right, any woman who's not on the path to being a wife is like a hoe by default. Like a simple baseline reality like that will strengthen you against all the arguments that are going to play on your sympathies, and that's what women are good at doing, and that's what all this this female leadership really was based on, is just men like giving in to their sympathy for women. And I learned something really interesting recently. I learned something really interesting about the Black Panthers. And it's funny how Hollywood works, right? I remember being a kid and watching a Panther movie, and you see the dude with the black fist and the leather glove and the angry niggas with afros, and it looks like it looks like a masculine kind of archetype for black men, right? They were giving us that for that purpose, as a masculine archetype, right? But I find out recently that if you listen to the women anyway, quiet as kept, the women were the secret power of the Black Panther movement, because what wound up happening is a lot of the men were encouraged to, do all kinds of things on the front line, legal and illegal. And so the dudes were getting jammed up, killed. And the women were basically the only ones who could actually be there consistently to sort of keep things moving on a structural organizational level. And I think what that kind of highlights is the exact pattern of Black America, where you've been set up as men. We've always been set up to go out and be like the visible, obvious leader, but not the actual leader. And it's a more subtle thing, and that's kind of the thing we got to focus on: actual power and actual leadership, not just making the women happy.
And also, let's not forget the role Marxism played and the influence they had on a lot of these militant Black groups, and how that Marxism is reflected in Black people's behavior today: the destruction of the family, the commitment to government jobs and government work, women being a community property. Black America is the perfect template for Marxism, and we're ushering it in right in our communities. It's great.
I just thought of something, and I want to kind of, I'm gonna have to think about this at length later. But you mentioned Marxism, right? And generally speaking, and I wanted to talk about this earlier because you said something about the natural law.
Yes.
And when you said that, I immediately thought atheists don't operate with natural law, because natural law kind of by default, giving into a natural law allows for the existence of God, because what's natural? Like, all right, so God is nature, and then it goes from there. But if you're an atheist, you can't operate with the natural law, right? So this idea, damn, I kind of lost my train of thought for a second, but no, the idea of God, right? I wanted to ask this about Marxism, because Marxists are generally atheistic, right? Marxists generally don't believe in
God. God, yes.
And they may even hate God to a certain degree, which is, the opposite of atheism, actually. But
that is true. That is true.
Are you? Yeah,
I got a question.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. This is it right here. Are you, as a person coming from an intact family with a mother and a father, are you more likely to believe in God as opposed to coming from a broken home with just a mother. And I believe that the natural environment of living in an intact family would also make you predisposed to believing in God. And something just occurred to me, but I think that holds true.
I
I
disagree with that because I'm gonna go to you next, dirty folks. I disagree with that. Well, based off some data that I've seen, if you are poor, if you're poorer, if you're more poor and in a bad situation, the odds of you believing in God is higher versus if you're in a more intact, stable situation, the odds of you believing in God is lower. But it is an
No. Take
interesting.
economics out and just leave it at the nuclear family. That's really the one metric I'm looking at. I know economics is also another. It muddies the argument at that level too, and I'll give you that. But I'm wondering if just on the nuclear family level, is that something that can be shown in numbers?
It's
And real,
interesting. It's an interesting concept.
I'm about to bounce. I'm about to bounce down. Just wanted to say this in closing. To speak to what Hood said about God, the way Black people deal with God is very dangerous. And this is why. Because, there was a time when Black people used God as a standard. We had to be married. You had to fight against whatever your low desires were as a man and as a woman. You had to, watch the alcohol consumption, whatever. Well, since devoting ourselves to the Luciferian left, God is now used as a justification for every evil thing we want to do because you can't judge me. Only God can judge. We have bastardized our faith and focus on God. God is supposed to be a standard that we work towards. And now it's an excuse that we use. And it's used
If
everywhere. But
Nate,
I got a question.
if God I'm sorry, I have to play. If God is the standard, this is why I thought of this whole thing. If God is the standard, right?
yes.
A house without a man seems to also be a place without standard. So how can you acknowledge God as the standard if you don't have the basic standard in your home? This is kind of why I'm thinking on that level of like just the simple act of a nuclear family makes it more likely that you're, predisposed to believing in God and worshiping and all that.
Well, God is an authority figure, and in a house with no man, there's no authority.
So that you're more likely to be atheistic. You won't believe in natural law. You see what I'm saying?
All right, I got to bounce, gentlemen.
All right,
I got to bounce,
All right,
gentlemen.
take it
God
easy,
bless,
Nate.
man. Appreciate it, Bernard.
Interesting concept, Hood Servative. Interesting concept. All right, dirty folks, you got the floor. You got the mic.
I didn't even say nothing. I just heard my name and it came like Beetlejuice.
Dirty. What's up, baby?
I actually wanted Nate to be here, but Nate left. That's sad. Nah, I just wanted to clarify the quotations, man. But then Bernard, you did a great job of clarifying the woman, gay, and felon. Um, y'all also forget that I say matriarchy is slavery. So there's that. Um,
True.
the entire God thing is a misnomer. So I won't go there because you're not talking about God. You're talking about religion. And that's the way that you practice your faith. And that has been bastardized because you can't blame toddlers for anything. So it goes from being a standard of, because their standard is Jesus. It's not God anyway. But it goes from being a standard of Jesus to a standard of absolution. That's why girls go to church now so they can reset their coochie count. Like, oh my God. So it's the whole
That's what the holy water is for. Oh, I always wondered about that.
so the whole idea of faith and family is a religion. It's to come together again. Legion means to come together, and re means again to come together again in the same the same ideology. Three or more people come together again in the same ideology. You know what I'm saying? They're a fellowship. When they come together, they come together for single moms, gays, and felons. So that's your new religion. That has nothing to do with God. That has to do with religion, and they follow their religion pretty well. Um, bro, the entire concept of what you guys are talking about, even when you talk about women following men, like women wanting a man to lead them, women do what men tell them to do. I have never been in an experience in my life where a girl didn't tell me that girl didn't do what I told her to do until other toddlers enter the daycare. because they live comparatively to other people. And kids always think that chaos is fun. They think throwing rocks is fun. When we were kids, we thought throwing rocks over the train, like the viaduct at moving cars, we thought that was hilarious until we got 16 and we started buying cars. They're always in that toddler state of destruction. So they always need somebody to stop them. But when men want to love them instead of train them, you get the chaos. You get chaos. You get what you get.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a quick question to ask Bernard. I like to ask the
Wait, hold on,
audience.
wait. Freeman's Journal, you had asked me a question in the chat room. I answered it in my mind, but the answer is yes. To what you said about promoting something or whatever. Yes, the answer is yes, always yes. Go ahead.
I got a question for the audience, and actually, this would be a great show topic, Bernard.
And we in overtime, yeah. We in overtime. Support the stream. Support the stream. I was about to wrap this shit up. Support the stream, goddammit. We in overtime. Yeah, I know I shut it down at 3 hours.
All right,
go ahead, Royce.
Yeah, the question I like to ask the audience, and like I said, this would be a great show topic, is when is the last time we've seen a female civil rights leader, particularly a black one, be assassinated for while they're pursuing their agenda? You never see it. You never see it. No. It's always men. It's always black men.
You just go ahead,
be it character assassination or physical assassination, it's always men. It's never women. They get to be old and gray and get married 2 or 3 times, but it's always men that get killed, particularly black men.
Well, they'll kill white men too. You just remind me what I want to say about that Black Panther reference. Okay, so here's the thing.
Real quick before you go, I got to shout out SKC when y'all was talking about the Black Panthers. He said the Panther to prison pipeline. God damn, that was funny.
Shout out to that one. Shout out to that one.
Yeah. It makes you think.
Folks. No, it don't make me think at all, bro. Look, check this out, bro. Here's the thing. Black culture, what y'all think black culture is white women culture. White women run y'all culture, right? The reason, once again, that comes from black men being weak for coochie, but I digress. The reason that you guys thought the Black Panthers was masculine, but it was really a feminist psyop, is because you had all those dudes who were only doing it to impress women.
Ooh, facts.
Get
out of there, dirty folks.
You have the top 5 guys who did it for a righteous reason. You got the Fred Hamptons and the Huey P. Newtons. They saw a need and they wanted to fulfill the need. Once the need was fulfilled and people said, oh my God, they got a logo. I want to go sleep with the logo. I want to go join the logo. What men did was allow women to come into the fold. And what women do is women belong to the victor, whoever the victor is, and women will switch up whoever's winning, like my side. So when the white women came and they said, yo, the white women winning, and okay, I'll give you a perfect example. You think Martin Luther King is a civil rights leader. So by proxy, you think that Coretta Scott King is the extension of Martin Luther King, right? Once Martin died, before his body was cold, Coretta was on stage at a feminist rally.
Ooh.
You think that Betty Shabazz is the extension of Malcolm X. Before the body got cold, these are photos. Y'all can look it up. Put in Betty Shabazz feminism, and she's right there with Gloria Gaynor too. As soon as the male staples left, your strong black women went straight to feminism. Right at the table, they got the signs. They're talking about women power. Because at the end of the day, the whole movement, even the civil rights movement, because it started off as the double V movement when black men came back from the services like Victory Abroad, Victory at Home. It was double V. Then they included white women. It was like, hey, we just want our men to treat. I got to use her voice.
We just want our men to treat us civilly.
So then all it became civil rights movement. So now you marching to make sure white women get treated well, and you want to be treated like a white woman. Everything about the black man is listening to a black woman who wants to be a white woman. That's why you get canceled when you be like, yo, I don't even care what the women, gays, and felons say. I'm only dealing with the taxpayers that can read above a 6th grade level. You will never get that buzz.
Dre in the building with the I don't even know what that is. That might be a $5 super chat when transfer to US. I don't know, but shout out to you. Appreciate you very much. He says, if there was a physical evidence for the emotional abuse of men, the emotional abuse men often suffer from women, the female jail population would increase tenfold. Big up from, I don't even know what that says, GB. I can't even tell what that say. But shout out to you, and yeah, you do. Yeah, I don't like the idea of people getting jailed for emotional abuse. He said if there was a physical evidence for the emotional abuse men suffer. Yeah, I don't like the idea of people getting jailed for emotional abuse, but that is an interesting concept. If women who do more emotional, mental, psychological tactics in harming a man, yeah, if that can get measured and quantified in a way, and they get locked up for it, yeah, they'll be doing some serious time.
Well, they kind of sort of do try to use that legally against men. Like, what is emotional distress and like battery technically isn't. I mean, maybe it's not battery, but you can be charged with something like battery for verbal.
They use the term emotional abuse all the time, but it's funny, the term that they use that we side eye, like, what the hell does that even mean? That, if anything, that's the shit that they do. They use mental tactics.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we're having a conversation about legal equality, right? And this is the problem with equality: if men were actually treating women like equals, they'd probably die more, because true equality, like, y'all wouldn't like it. Really, if and this is what I mean about men are just naturally like expected to be better people, because if we were to treat them the way they treat us, for one, it'd be illegal, and then two, they would fucking hate it.
Well, men are awesome. When a man, I'll give the same argument I give for polygamy, for what you just said. If men have unlimited amounts of love, because only men can love, right? Women barely love themselves. They're very narcissistic. Men love everybody, right? Men love their siblings, their parents. Men love their friends like he's family. You can call him at 2 a.m. He'll get out the car, get out the house for you. Men love multiple dogs, multiple fish. Men love all type of activities. Men have a love for a lot of things. Men will fight over their sports team because of the fanatic love they have for it, right? So how come I can only love one girl, but you want me to love your kid like it's mine, but it's not even my kid? But men can do that. So if I could love another nigga kid, I could love other men's daughters. Like, I should have 3 girls that I love, because men are the arbiters of love. If what Hood Conservative just said is true, and it is true, if men treated men, if black men treated men the way they treated women, with clothes on, with clothes off, delicious. Shout out to women naked. If men treated other men like they treat women with clothes on, then there would be no need for women to say they need leadership. It's the game that guys are playing, that they're trying to build with a woman, but women don't build. Women are interior decorators. If you really want to build your community, your society, your culture, you build with the guys, and then girls sleep with the logo. They'll show up because they hate to see you be positive without them. They will come wherever you are to try to fuck up your fun if they think you're doing something without them. So, you know.
I think what you said, like, all right, it's natural for men to build. Oh no, good, because I lost my train of thought for a second. Good. I just totally lost what I was about to say.
No, it's natural for men to build, but it's also natural for men to love. Men want to love creatures who can't love them back. Women love what you do. Women don't love who you are. So that's why you have all these dating coaches talking about being high figures, high value and all that, because they want you to be more appealing to what women love. Because if women loved you, you don't need anything but love.
I hear more dating coaches saying, "Get it off the lip. Don't ain't about your money. Got to have it. Got to have that mouthpiece." That's what I hear more. At least that's what I hear more dating coaches saying than get your money up. But either way it go. I was almost about to wrap this bad boy up, but SKC in the bill. Did you come to clear up those stats that we were talking about earlier? Is that what you came up for, SKC? Even though you did have a classic line in the chat room that Panther to prison pipeline. That was classic. That was funny as hell.
I was just following Hood Service thoughts there, but
That was funny.
I'll
What's up with those
email
stats
it.
though? Oh, you
I'll
don't got
email
it.
it to you. It would take a while to go through it all, so I'll email it to you.
Well, no,
You
I don't want to
can-
go through it.
you
Just
can-
which part is untrue? The black men and white women having a high divorce rate, or do black, or is it, or the other part, the black women and white men having having a really low divorce rate? Which of that is true or not true?
The white men, black women having a really low divorce rate, and how they presented it as it is the strongest union in the United States.
That's
But
untrue. They
yeah,
made that up, or they.
yeah, people misrepresented what the study was saying, and they basically bastardized it and tried to make it out to more than what it was saying. In addition to that, um, when you go into the study and go to the part of the limitations, you'll see that they only studied, I think it was like less than 2 dozen couples. So yeah, that was your sample size. So
Oh wow.
yeah. So
Wow. Okay.
but what I really came up to is my first time having I was interacting with, what's this guy's name? Dirty.
Dirty folks. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I heard him on his servitors channel one time, and it was really interesting. I like that part about the thing with the Panthers so far as the civil rights movement, and how it was pretty much like a psyop for guys wanting to show off for women and all of that. It makes a lot of sense because the Panthers were young and they did not have um, they were all just young kids at the time, for the most part, and they didn't have an older element that did any research or delved into things. It really makes sense to understand that from that mindset that they didn't really have any guidance and direction in understanding how to navigate bigger subject matters. So it was a they couldn't have won that battle even if they wanted to. They just didn't have the mindset for it.
Hold on, wait. Let me explore that real quick. You saying, because I got up and stand up and walk around, stretch my legs for a little bit. But you saying the Panthers, they didn't have the mindset for it? You said they were too young, or what are you saying here?
Yeah, yeah.
It makes sense.
They were kids. They were kids. Think about it. You are trying to battle back and forth with an established nation, and you're doing it with 17, 18, 19, 20-year olds.
Right. None of the
Come
leaders were
on.
over 30, actually.
What great thought or minds can come out of that? I mean, even when you think about go all the way back to, say, like the Constitution. Yeah, there were a lot of young guys that were there, but they also had the benefit of a lot of older guys who had lived and could set up things and read things and experienced life to um, temper a lot of their viewpoints. The Panthers didn't have anything like that. They had a
Well, not
bunch of
only
women.
that, SKT, the guys who wrote the Constitution were actually they were drawing on like 1,000 or more years of legal philosophical debate. So
Right.
arguments that Black America has never had, those guys were writing the Constitution were operating with the comfort in already having those not arguments fought out and then seeing the pros and cons of both sides. Whereas when you get to these young guys, and this is the problem with Black America too, we're constantly trying to reinvent the white man's wheel.
I'll give you that. Can I say something about the Black Panther thing real quick? Why
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily true. Why you said it, but You know what I think it is? I think it's the first word in the descriptor, black, right? Y'all don't see people as spoils of war because only men are tribal, right? So you think that any black person is your friend. You think that if they're black, you have the same goals and the same uh hurdles, but you don't. Women really don't struggle that much. They just complain a lot. So even historically, if you go back to the Reformation, the Black Reformation, right? Go all the way back to the 1800s. The first thing that black women did when they were free from slavery was try to marry white women. I mean, white men, and they tried to marry so many white men in such a short period of time that white women had to tell her man, "Yo, y'all got to stop this." That's why y'all have marriage licenses. If the marriage license, the only purpose is to make a person pay 25 cents for marriage and list your race so we can say it's illegal for these black women to marry all these white men because they saw white men as a status symbol because girls are spoils of war. So after they couldn't do that, they set up what they called the Black Women Coalition, which was the blueprint for feminism. And if you listen to those old feminist doctrines, they'll tell you that they got the whole script from feminism by how black women treated black men during Jim Crow. These chicks have never been your friend. But then you grow up and you think you have the same situation. When it came down to the Black Panthers, where the Black Panthers went wrong, and this is the weakness of black men, is they didn't go to their aldermen because they were very local.
They didn't go to their what?
Aldermen. They didn't go to their aldermen, their state rep, whatever. They had a very localized move. Like this is how many people do you know that I've done this? I've done the research. Do you know that like 80% of people don't know who their alderman is, and your alderman is supposed to be from your community?
Mm.
So you don't even know, and that's a lot because a lot of people are transient now, but back then they weren't. A lot of people don't know who represent them on local. Like they're like, I want to vote for the president to fix the potholes. I'm like, that's not the president's job. Like that's local government, but they don't know who their local government is. So what the Black Panthers started off as a proxy local government enforcement, which is cool because the guardian angels are still around, right? That's cool, but then they didn't talk to the politician. That's kind of where they went wrong.
What did you said you disagreed? I didn't really hear where you disagreed. It sounded like what you said corroborates perfectly with what they said, where they were saying they were basically just too young and too rah-rah, and they didn't go through the proper channels, didn't consult the right people, didn't have any type of
I'll go with that.
Real thought leaders.
If that's what they were saying.
Yeah. I think it was just minute details. Take for instance the Panthers. I think instead of really understanding, say things like what really built the Constitution. There were just a bunch of kids who read Miles' Red Book and ran with it. In addition to that, it's like I think this is like what's his name? Dirty. We agree on a lot of points. The points of, I would say, disagreement that I've heard so far is just minute details. Like when he was talking about the whole feminism thing and black women being the beginnings of it. To me, that's debatable. I think it could go back further than that. You go to the Seneca Falls Convention. I think that was like 1848. That's before slavery was ended. So I would, man, I think it would be like some really cool conversations in the future. But man, my first time being able to chat with him is it's pretty cool, man.
What's poppin', pimpin'?
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. Two of y'all would definitely have some interesting conversations. Go ahead, SKC. It's like you was about to say something.
No, one thing I did want to ask you, Bernard, is like on this subject of Gabrielle Union, the other guy getting slapped and all of that stuff, and what Nate and the other guy was talking about. I think it was like Royce talking about they had to handle their women and stuff. Like, do you remember that conversation that you had with RJ?
RJ? Oh, RJ that used to be around this space. He was a younger cat, but was pretty successful. He had a bunch of names or titles or degrees by his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my
And,
guy.
and
Yeah, I ain't talked to him in a minute, but yeah, what's up? What's up with that? What's up?
and he was telling you that story of when he had to jump out the second floor to escape his woman. You
I kind of forgot that. See, that was back in the day in my channel where I used to tell some fucked up stories about myself that I don't do no
yeah,
more.
Think he
yeah,
jumped off the balcony?
yeah. He said
Yeah,
he did. He jumped from the second floor to escape the wrath of his woman.
I never jumped from the second floor, but I've had to do some pretty evasive maneuvers and techniques to just get out of that damn house because yeah.
Yes,
But
yes, Jackie Jack, second floor. He said he had to do a tuck and roll as he hit the ground. but
there
I'm
was
just wondering.
go
I'm
ahead.
just wondering why is it why I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of stories out there like that with black men.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that such a difficult story to tell amongst black men?
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, well, just using this space as a microcosm. Well, put it like this: in public, people could talk about that. Like people could, and there could be barbershop discussions about that, and people will understand the gravity of the situation, but also make light of it and sort of laugh about it, just like we just did. But when it comes to doing it on a media platform like YouTube, you can't do it because it will be weaponized against you. And I don't even, and yes, that's a black thing that they're going to weaponize it against you, but it's more so just the nature of just social media, online haters. Like say, go ahead, you say something like that. Let's just say your channel's smaller. You say something like that. You have a candid situation. Like, yeah, that's what I went through. That's what happened.
Bernard, no. I would counter it. This is a very, very base element of human nature. This is why I made the argument earlier about her biting him actually hurt him more emotionally. It was more psychologically damaging than it was physically damaging, right? Because look at how we just came back to this thing where we can only talk about it in hushed, quiet rooms or in places like the safe space of a barber shop, right? And you know what that is? Because it's fucking shameful to let your woman beat you. It's
Well,
never anything but that. And so when it happens, and and it's like when it happens and it goes unaddressed, it's a point of shame.
it is if it goes unaddressed for a long time to the point to where you're just battered. You're just a battered spouse, and yeah, that is shameful. I mean or that's definitely viewed as shameful. But even put it like this, even on the social on a public platform like this, Nate told his story like this. He said there was times, he said it was 4 times where she got violent with him and she came at him swinging. And yeah, if she just attack you, she gonna get like the first 2-3 windmill punches through. Then eventually, you do some judo tactics. You grab her, you find somewhere to put her, and then you push her back, and but you don't want to close, you don't want to hit her. But basically, that's how Nate described the situation. He did what he had to do. He didn't want to hit her, but he did what he had to do to grab her and put her somewhere. I've been there. He described it like that. And then he described it how it was one point where he had his breaking point, and he put some hands on her, and that was it. That was that they separated, divorced. He got his kids, and he raised his kids as a single father. That's a manosphere success story. What was the first thing somebody posted in the chat room? First thing somebody posted in the chat room is, look, these manosphere masochists losers or whatever, so somebody gonna clip in parts of his story and then make it seem like, when the parts where he described how she scratched his face and was hitting on him, they're gonna do that and basically just try to spin it. I mean, it's people.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna even name the person, but the person who's going to do it is got a wrench on your channel, who going to clip the shit and make it and make it out. Look at these dudes, they getting beat up by women, these weak ass niggas. So yeah, the YouTube, that's YouTube nigga shit that's gonna happen. But overall, by and large, men telling that story,
No,
it's hold on, hood, you are right. It's shameful if you just letting the shit ride for a long time. Like put it like this: if you show up to that barber shop and you got a black eye or a busted lip, and you like, damn man, what happened? Man, my woman, man, she hit me in the mouth with the iron. Like, damn, was the iron plugged up? No, it wasn't plugged up though, but she hit me in the mouth with the iron. Like if you and then you show up at the same barbershop 3 months later and you got another fresh mark, it's like, nigga. It's like, so yeah, it's it is an issue where it does become shameful, but I don't think it's so bad to where men, like I've heard lots of men talk about the shit, and they often end up talking about it. They talk about that breaking point, that snapping point too, where they snapped, you know. But
breaking because of the shame. Like, it's not like the pleasure made them snap. No, no. All right. Perfect example. Well, not perfect. Interesting example, right? Interesting example. You guys familiar with Blueface and his ratchet girlfriend, right? You see the clip. I didn't get a chance to use this. Maybe I did. This happened, and I think I brought it up a little bit on my show. But he was having a confrontation with Blueface is having a confrontation with his girlfriend's family. Now everybody knows his girlfriend be roughing him up. He be having black eyes and scratches and all that stuff. Now they coming at him. His girlfriend's family, Krishan Rock's family, is pressing Blueface like he is the aggressive one in the relationship, right?
Yeah, this chick is on tape hitting him first, and then he counter. Yeah,
and peep what the father says. They basically chest to chest, nose to nose, yelling at each other, and the father is like, no, Blueface is like, yo, she hitting on me. What do you want me to do? Take it? And the father's like, I took it. I done been to jail. I've been stabbed. Like
Man,
this is what you're supposed to do. So what you're supposed to do is become accustomed to the shame. And if you're not accustomed to carrying the shame like a noble nigga, then you're the problem. Something is wrong with you.
And that's what I was
wondering. Hold on, wait. You are right. But I got to deal with this again. When I'm talking about a public space like this, it's impossible to have a real conversation. And this fake ass shit that Jaquan just said proves my point. He said, y'all clowned Mike Rashid. Nobody was just clowning Mike Rashid because he, a woman was coming at him violently or whatever, and then he just hid in the bathroom and locked himself up. We didn't just say, this bitch ass nigga locked up in the bathroom. No, we clowned him because in the same conversation, he tried to say men are not disadvantaged under the law in dealing in situation with women. That's why we clowned him, because he his big ass steroid cock strong diesel ass had to go hide from a little bitty old woman because he didn't want to risk what he built, knowing that if he just accidentally put a mark on her, blocking her, if she punch at him and he block her punch and her arm get bruised, he's going to potentially lose everything that he built. So we was clowning him for being an illogical, pandering, caving in, catering, simping for basically just doing like a collective simp or worship of women, in my assessment, basically trying to convince men that they are not in any legal disadvantage, when in an altercation or situation with a woman. Like that's what we clowned him for. We clowned him for basically putting on a cape for the sisterhood, putting on a cape for their violence. That's what we clowned him for. But people like you and a lot of others in the hater sphere, they gonna spin the story like that. But y'all clowned Mike Rashid. You know what the fuck we was doing when we was talking about Mike Rashid. You knew that. You know better. Like that's the scene, and that's the stuff right there. That's why people can't talk about it in a public space, because people are going to try to spin it. They're going to try to make videos about it. They're going to try to clip it. They're going to try to make it to be something that they're not. I just described that action, and no sooner than 2 minutes later, somebody already did the shit. That's why candid conversations can't be had about it. That right there.
And the reason that I brought it up was because this is one thing that I was kind of wondering about in this entire situation is all of these things are supposed to be places where basically black men are supposed to have their time to be in the media and to tell their side of the equation, as it were. Nevertheless, it seems as though even with this time in front of the mic, other black men are either fighting the war for the quote unquote sisterhood to shame other black men for telling their side of the story, or
I call them
black women
I call
are
them red pill gynocrats in this space fighting for the sisterhood. Yep.
or black women are using that shame as a shield to you don't talk about that. That doesn't need to be talked about in the quote unquote black community. So it's I don't know, it's a catch-22, and
it's not a catch-22.
I kind of wonder if there's ever going to be a content creator that does that, just comes out and just says, hey, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk about all this uncomfortable stuff, and you know, dudes want to make fun of it, they can, but it's gonna be stated.
All right. So with that being said, man, sell to the Dirty Folks podcast. Go under the Toddler Tales tab. I have all the stories of the times that I had to choke a chick. You know what I'm saying? All the things that you're talking about. I do an animated series, a reenactment of where I was at that time in my life, and it's therapeutic. Like, I probably won't do any more before the 19th because I got a flag, so I'm not monetized. So I'll drop it when I get back monetized. But yo, bro, like when he was talking about the joke about getting hit with an iron, like my friends laughed at me because a girl hit me with a coffee carafe, nigga. I love that coffee carafe, bro. I love that coffee maker, man. And she hit me twice. This is a story. I'm gonna tell you a story. This is gonna be an animated story one day. So it was Monday night. I was in my friend's house watching Monday Night Football. My girl is blowing me up like, I'm at home by myself. You need to come home. I'm like, shorty, I'm watching football with the guys. Quit playing. So, you know, we drinking tequila, eating pizza, watching football. You know, Monday Night Football go off at like 11:30 at night. I get home about midnight. I go to sleep because I'm drunk and I'm happy and I don't feel like I'm out. So I go to sleep. I wake up with a bright light. I'm like, what the fuck? I look up. This girl done hit me with the molding from the floor, like, you know, the wood piece that goes between the wall and the floor, the little molding. She done hit me with the molding on the floor. I said, what?
Wait a minute. Was it like one of those like laminate ones that got did it like give you like a or was it like one of the wood molding type?
It was a wood one.
Okay, I thought you got hit with a one, but that would hurt. That would hurt.
That would hurt. And I woke up like from bright light and I looked and she just over me. Cause you know, girls have these conversations in their head at like 2 a.m. You know what I'm saying? That's when you always get arrested for cheating because you had a dream you cheating type of thing. Girls are nuts at 2 a.m. So she hit me and I got up and I was like, oh, you got to get up out of here. And I grabbed her by her shirt and I'm dragging her through the apartment. I'm about to throw ass on the front porch like Fred Flintstone did the cat, right? And when I'm going through the kitchen, she done grabbed a coffee carafe and hit me over the head with the carafe. I'm mad as shit. So I throw her out in her pajamas because, you know, fuck her. And then the next day, though, I got these 3 big scratches because I got a hickey on my forehead because I got hit by a coffee mug. And I told my friends what happened. They laughed and they're like, yo. And her name was Keisha. So to say it was a Keisha is apropos. Like yo. So it happens, bro. But it takes the right person to tell those stories. So I am that right person because I don't care because I hate righteously. So I don't mind sharing the stories because nobody's gonna say, yo, dirty folks are punk. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of time you like, oh, those guys are lame. No, it's nothing that it just takes the right person that other people can identify and say, yo, I went through that too. So, you know, subscribe to the animated series, bro. I got hella stories, bro. Hella stories.
No. Sodomy and chicken, you're getting it wrong. You said the guys fighting for the B-dubs are the purple pillars. Most of the black manosphere is purple pill. They're on that hopium. No. The guys who are fighting for the B-dub are the ones who run interference on these conversations and make just shut up arguments or try to convince, you know, those are the ones. Those are the ones that are on the side with the women who are coming up with creative ways and slogans to get black men to just shut up when it comes to these conversations. Those are the ones on the side. The ones with the hopium, that ain't necessarily that ain't on the side fighting with the women. They're properly analyzing the problem and they just hope to see it change sometime in the future. It's technically nothing wrong with that, long as your hope don't guide you into a bad situation. That's where the hopium can be a problem. Long as your hope doesn't guide you into a bad situation, but you could be full of some hopium. Long as you properly understand the problem and you're properly moving accordingly given the current situation, So yeah, that you're pinning the tail on the wrong donkey. That's what you're doing right there. But thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Dre in the building says Gabrielle Union just sabotaged her current marriage by going public with this information. This is British pounds, by the way. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate that. Do appreciate the British pounds, and also I don't know if she could sabotage this thing more than what it already is. I mean, no,
Yeah,
but put it like
I
this.
don't think so.
I think they in a comfortable sweet spot to where anything's a go. I can't see anything happening or being said that's going to make this thing. It's sort of like Will Smith. Like what can Jada Pinkett do? What else could she do that's going to make him leave?
She's done. He's done, man.
Yeah. What else? Yeah. What else could he do? So I mean, what else could she do to ruin it? He ain't going nowhere.
Drop the video.
What?
Drop the video.
Drop the video.
Getting paid.
Of what? Her in August.
No, just her in August, or I thought you were talking about Gabrielle Union.
I thought so.
Yeah. No. If videos get dropped, I think that may actually move a man to not. All right, I got to get out of here. I can't. Everybody like know what's going on, but they see video of it. That is a whole nother animal. Christian Hutchinson, I'm passing you, Freeman's Journal. I forgot you was down there. My bad. But Christian Hutchinson in the building says we never air out the women's in our lives' actions because it wouldn't protect them. The main thing they want to be protected from is criticism. They want to be protected from criticism. And that's why I'm vehemently against anybody saying any argument that basically results in just shut up. Yeah. But anyway, ask these guys about what their moms do when dad is not around. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Christian, do appreciate you. All right, Freeman's Journal. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey. Thanks, Bernard. Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel. Hey, so for Dana White, man, the first thing I thought when Dana White was, what'd she do? Right? What'd she do? He don't have to apologize. He'd be like, hey, she was acting wild. If he had just said, no, she was tripping, and that's it, and just didn't say anything else about it, it'd blow over in 24 hours. Just like Sean Connery when he said, hey, sometimes you got to give him a corrective smack. Right? That guy, he was in plenty of movies after that, right? So
yeah, but they did dig that up though. I think they dug it up after he died, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they refer to it every so often, but the point is there was no penalty. He was just like, that is what it is.
Oh yeah,
back off of it and was like, hey.
Yeah, back in that time you could say something like that. But they do. I think Bill Burr did a stand up on that. How they try to Me Too dead men. Like they try to get dead men charged up with shit now. That's what they own. Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Oh, and then the whole thing, violence by women. It is humiliation, right? That is the motivation, and that's what empowers them, is that the man can be humiliated. So even if you don't, right? Even if you don't cross the line, they'll still hold that against you. Remember that time you almost, right? Remember that time you just spoke too loudly to me? Whatever the threshold is, it's coming back to you, And God, I don't know what I'm looking at my notes. Live your best life. Yeah, man. Men are providers, right? And we care for women and we care for our families and all that. But this whole thing from women, live your best life, they're living that on our dime, not theirs. So men, you need to live your best life, right? You need to go out and get that extra hunting trip in, get that extra trip to the range, that gun you want, go ahead, get it. That meaningful adventure you've been wanting to take your sons on, go do it, right? make sure that you are out there being a man and expending some of those resources on yourself, right? To develop that for yourself. And honestly, that makes you a better husband and father for your family, right? Because we're just cortisol absorbing animals. And you do that for too long, you're going to face plant when you're 50, and then your family has nothing. So, live your best life.
Can
Like
I
a
push
dude.
back a little? I'm not pushing back. I agree with you. I think shame is a part of it, but I think part of most of it is it's a no-win situation. Like if you beat up a girl, you're supposed to be able to beat up a girl. If you get beat up and you like a punk, like it's a no-win situation. And then it's
Don't forget the if you walk away the dynamic. I'm sorry to cut you off, but this is how I normally explain it. If a chick raises up on you and she hit you and you turn around and walk away, you're punk. Then you hit her. If you hit her back, you're punk. It's like that part of it too. Even if it ain't a full blown fight, it's just like just the walking away to taking the path of least resistance, turning the other cheek. You still it's like it's literally a no win.
yeah.
It's no win in any situation like that. But
No,
go ahead.
there is a win. Sean Connery showed us the way. Be blunt and leave it right there.
Okay.
That's the only place. That's the only time it has worked. That's it. There
Okay.
is no explaining or a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay. Here's the thing with that. Here's the thing with that. Like I would do that. Like after I got past my point, I would do that now, but I wouldn't do that at 18, at 20, when a lot of guys are trying to find love. Um, but here's a switch up dynamic on the walk away part, because you're a punk if you walk away from the girl. The girl thinks you're a punk, but guys understand. Guys be like, "Yo, bro, you know what I'm saying? Just walk it off." Girls like, "Oh, where you going, punk?" Because they need to shame you.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but even in this space, and on a certain channel, I go ahead and say on Fresh and Fit channel, a chick rolls up on him in his house, and swung on him and landed. She landed. He didn't knock her ass out. What happened? Men made content clowning him,
Oh wow.
making the same arguments that a chick. Women know what dudes they could hit on. She know you a bitch ass dude. That's why she did it. And so him walking away, him not risking his $1 million platform by knocking that chick out. It's dudes that would do content calling him a bitch. But if he
Yeah.
would have hit her, he'd been a bigger bitch. And that's the same lose that women play with. They punk a dude out. Yeah, you bitch ass nigga, you ain't no man. Then bow, we hit her. You ain't no man for hitting a woman like that. Dudes will take that same argument and clown other men with it. And so that's why it's like we in a lose where we can't even speak on this shit properly because other dudes is like they don't realize it, but they got the cape on too.
And that part
Go
right
ahead.
there, I thought it was really interesting because they're like, take for instance that conversation that Tate was having with what's that name of that really promiscuous chick that everybody's on? She
Brittany
always showing
Renner.
up behind. Yeah, that's her. She was able to come out and discuss a domestic violence situation that she was in with a guy, and she can do that and no problem. Everybody's fine with it, and she openly admitted, "Yeah, I was hitting them too," and nobody has any issue with that.
I didn't even see
Let a
that.
dude do that, and it's craziness. He's a punk and all this other. So it's just I kind of wonder at what point, and I don't care what color, just at what point are men going to say, "Nah, that's enough of that."
I say it all the time, bro. I will beat the brakes off. Let me tell you something, bro. Look, I'm dead ass, man, but only with God love, bro. From God's ears, from my mouth, bro. Look, let me tell you something. No matter what happens, people gonna hate you for whatever you do, right? Once you own it, you can't be shamed for it, right? I'll give you a perfect example. I don't even remember the dude's name, but somebody did a 3-hour stream about me off of a 45-second YouTube short. I was impressed. 3-hour stream, saying everything I say is wrong, and I'm part of the alphabet community because look at the crayons, and I probably touch kids. He had a 3-hour dissertation on 45 seconds of content. Somebody tagged me in it. I commented, I was like, yo, that's what's up. I'm glad you spelled my name right. Because it doesn't matter what he says. Like anybody who knows, if he would have watched my content, he knows that I call women toddlers because they have the emotional maturity of 4-year-olds. So my channel is the daycare where I teach you how to train your toddler. It has nothing to do with the gibbets. You know what I'm saying? So people gonna hate you for whatever you do, bro.
And I'll say this before I go, and I just think it has some validity that whether, particularly in the community, whether people want to accept it or not, even the people that have some of the strongest arguments against feminism and so forth, when they partake in such activities, you know, not letting the dudes have their full say on whatever it is without trying to do the shame and all that stuff, you pretty much become a tool for the feminist. And I think that there's a lot of
Wait,
black
hold on.
men
Back
that
up and
are a
explain that.
tool
Back up
for
and explain. Hold
feminists.
on. Wait. Back up
No
and explain
lie.
that. What did you say?
No lie.
No, I was just saying that when you have a lot of black men who um, will not let other black men have their say on certain matters, particularly
Mhm.
this matter of domestic abuse or domestic violence. When they come out and, you know, start doing the whole friendly fire thing and, you know, trying to flame those guys and all that stuff, you pretty much become a tool for the feminist.
No, you
You
become a
become
tool
one of
for
their
the blacks.
biggest tools,
For the blacks. Black is for
whether
renegades and
you
felons, bro.
whether you want to accept it or not.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's any content that a non-crayon person, like, because everybody else got a flag, so whether they're Middle Eastern, European, whatever, do you think that there's any content that they can make that wouldn't be criticized the same way that black men's content is criticized? Like, take an Andrew Tate. Do you
Okay.
think that there could be a black Andrew Tate and he would still be accepted? And I could almost argue Coach Greg Adams would be that, but he's not as big. Do you think that there's a black Andrew Tate that would be allowed to be that, and people be like, oh my God, that's awesome? Because if not, then what you're saying is that you are already scared of girls. So, because if I'm worried about what a girl say, or what a guy who worry about what a girl with clothes on say, then I'm not being true to me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what black is. Black is about not hurting black women's feelings. That's why y'all don't succeed at anything. That's why they don't, because I know how Bernard feel. That's why
Yeah.
they don't succeed at anything.
No,
That's
I agree with you on that one. So
because if you're chasing, okay, one of the greatest things that black people believe is money is power. But money is not power. Money is a tool to exchange for goods and services. Women who don't really like men, they like goods and they like services. So they tell you money is important because it's a median for girls who don't know how to do anything. Because girls don't know shit. They just do shit. But anyway, so you grow up thinking money is power, and then you get money, but you still don't have power because that was never power in the first place. That's what you got to entertain and have a more comfortable setting. The power came in the grind. But if people talk power, black people who really talk power from a political and influential way, like, yo, this is how I feed my people, from a Charles Pullman level. For those who don't know who Charles Pullman is, Pullman owned he owned the Pullman train system, and hired the Pullman porters, which was the best job a black person could have in Jim Crow, and the first black union, right? He created an entire city. It got incorporated by Chicago. Now it's the Pullman district, but it used to be Pullman, Illinois. And only people that could live there were people who worked for the Pullman train line, the porters, the conductors, whatever. That is power. That is the power to affect lives. When you start telling people, yo, we can do that, we can try, we can do that, the first thing they do is say, yo, as men, because Charles Pullman and his two brothers did that. They didn't get all the white people and include white women and ask white women, how do you feel about this, dear?
Mhm.
They just did it and said, this is what I'm doing for the men who work for me. So as a man, I'm gonna provide for men and let those men provide for his family. They
Yep.
never considered women. Y'all consider women in every move when you're black. And that's why you don't go nowhere, because women don't want to do nothing. They're happy because they wards of the state. They happy. They gonna win regardless.
Yeah, they're gonna win
Yeah,
either
no,
way
no,
it goes. So
I agree. I agree that that so much stuff in the black community. I mean, it's sort of sort of goes back to the whole, the way you sum it up quick with the women, gays, and felons. So many things whenever it's talking about black people advancing or moving the needle forward or doing better in some kind of way, it women have to be put at the forefront of it. They have to be, the initiatives got to be for them. It got to be something special for them. It got to be this. It got to be that. And yeah, that's an area where we get wrong. We always, black people forever and ever, amen, get that one wrong. So yeah, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. Deacon Dave in the building. Deacon Dave in the building with the $5 super sticker. Sodomy and Chicken in the building says technically Andrew Tate is the black. Technically Andrew Tate is the black Andrew Tate. Yeah, I don't take too much thought. I put it like this. I do like when I hear him talking about his black dad, the chess champion. If you hear him talking and telling stories about his dad, it is very interesting, and it do make you sort of lightweight embrace him as black. But he's one of those, if he didn't tell you, you wouldn't know he was black. So it's but he do got a black dad. He do got a black dad. So there's that. So I mean, I don't put too much thought into it. But one thing I do want to say, as far as the point overall, or whether or not there could be an actual black Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels came at it at a different angle. But as far as somebody who got big, saying controversial, viral stuff, that was sort of it. I mean, no, that was it. That was it. Kevin Samuels got some one-liners, some sentences and paragraphs that if you clip it and put it out there, as most people understood him as somebody who just said, real polarizing things. That's how most people understood him. If you watch this show, you kind of see what he's about. But honestly, if you sit there and listen to Andrew Tate really just lay out his full thoughts, you understand that he ain't as radical as he comes off in sound bites. So I would argue that there technically was a black Andrew Tate and Kevin Samuels, that he just had to finesse it a little differently, and he had to finesse it differently to really blow up and make it. I mean, it's some nuance and details to it, but I would say that there was already one as far as somebody saying controversial things and blowing up off of it.
Yeah. The Dirty. The other reason I think that I would say that the community cannot do like the poor man's railroad system thing that you were talking about. Whether it wants to be accepted or not, there are too many black dudes that they enjoy ratchet women. They do.
What they got to do with building a railroad system?
Well, the community.
Here's how it works. Okay. Say if you were to do something like that, and then you start hiring guys on, and blah blah blah. Inevitably, there's going to be a few of those guys that are going to be involved with a lot of ratchet behavior. They start calling off work. I had got into a domestic thing with Sharkeisha and all of this stuff. You can't build neighborhoods because they don't go by the same rules. The culture's gonna drop, and then the business goes from there.
Yeah, okay, no. Hold on, we're 30 folks. SKC, this is what you're missing. Well, this is what I think you're missing. This is where I don't disagree with you that there will be employees who will be on some nigga shit. The employee that's at the bottom level, you're talking about building a railroad, okay? There's the smart people at the top, the engineers who plan it, who structure it, who know all the internal workings and framework and how to lay the foundation for it, and the people that, from the electrical standpoint, know how to work the grid and make it go. And all. Those are the smart people up at the top. And then a smart person, but not quite as smart as them, is the person who's going to be on the ground managing the ones who will basically be out there, Johnny working on the railroad, bing, 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 with a hammer and shit. Those ones are allowed to be on some nigga shit. And if they get on too much nigga shit, you replace them.
Okay, here's my counter. Here's my counter.
Hold on. You pay them a decent, livable wage, but they show up to work as long as they can make it there on time, as long as they can swing that hammer, as long as they can be Johnny working on the railroad all the live long day until they start messing up, and then you replace them with another Johnny working on the railroad all the live long day nigga. Like that's how it works. Like every group has their work labor. Like so the problem. Hold on, I'm gonna throw it back to SKC. The problem I have with SKC, he's talking as if the ignorance in the nigga shit that's going to come from the Johnny working on the railroad Negroes is like as if those are the ones that are in the managing part of it. I do think the smartest and best of us do need to build the infrastructure, not the physical dink, pink, pink, pink labor of it, but no, build it from the organizational planning standpoint, having the smart people run, operate, manage, and put it together, and then you hire the grunt labor to do the labor. They're replaceable work labor. I've worked in blue collar jobs and factories. I saw dumb white men get replaced all the time for showing up in the morning at 7 a.m. with liquor on their breath. Like it's so yes, those are the replaceable cogs in the machine. You use them and then throw them out.
So my counter is as such, and I agree with you. Where I disagree is that, and I'm using borrowing from Dirty's argument of when he stated you had smart guys in the past that were a part of massive leadership roles. Your Malcolm X's, your MLKs, and so forth. But how did their quote unquote women turn out?
Okay, so here's the thing with that.
Time
out. You maybe I missed the point here. What do you mean? How did their women turn out? You talking about? You said Malcolm X and organizations in the Nation of Islam back then, or like what are you?
Well, what I was saying is if I'm not mistaken, and Dirty can tell me if I'm misconstruing what he stated. He said that as soon as they were as soon as they got assassinated, those women were right in the front lines of feminism.
Okay.
And all I'm saying is that because there is, and I'm not sure how to describe it, but there's something baked into the culture that I'm not saying that all black women fall into it, but a significant number of them, we'll just say greater than 50%.
Okay.
Fall into that programming. A lot of the guys that you may hire on that you think that could handle the higher up stuff, they don't even know that they got a ratchet Keisha, but they got one.
Okay, set this up.
All right, okay, but the thing of the smart black men who know how to run. I'm talking about the smart and capable black men who know how to do shit. They are less likely to have Keisha problems getting in the way of them being a proper engineer while trying to build a railroad company or station.
Plus,
I
all right, let me clarify that, because actually Bernard was right. Check this out, and I just because you're still thinking black, my friend. Black is from Women Gates of Health. Look, as
who's thinking black, and how is that?
Oh, not you, sir. No, I'm talking. He's talking like, what about the Keishas? I don't give a fuck. Look, at the end of the day, bro, railroad or not, the point was it was a corporate town. When you have a corporate, you should check out my videos. I did videos on this. When you have a corporate town, you dictate the rules of the town, bro. Like, first of all, most women want to be slaves. You understand that, right? So
yeah,
once
some degree,
you understand that most women want to be slaves, they follow the rules of slavery, right? So the easiest way to think of slavery is Section 8, right? These chicks got to do a certain amount of things in order to receive Section 8. Y'all complain about the things they have to do, but that's the requirements. You create the requirements and people follow the requirements so they don't rock with you. That's any job. You know what I'm saying? It's any corporation. Anytime you drive into a city, it says incorporated in 1893. We all live in corporate cities, but the corporate rules are woman leaning. Like make a corporate town that's man leaning. Give men primary custody. You can do whatever you want in your corporate town.
Yeah, yeah. No, I did a show on that with Sage Talk Lee. He was actually talking about the nuts and bolts of how you actually build a corporate town, and he got the full battle plan laid out. I think he's gonna some way somehow pull that off someday.
I
But
got it too. So I need to holler at him, man. We can because I've been
yeah. Look, I don't even know if he's still doing a show on Lapeef, but yeah, I can shoot you his email,
Yeah,
but
it's a
yeah,
good point. I know you
the
gotta
thing is,
go, and
yeah,
but my only counter is that, and I'll just say it in the form of an analogy, is just understanding how rust works. That's it.
okay, I don't get the
rust looks
analogy.
by oxidation. Look, bro, what
I don't
you're
get the hold on. Let me say this. SKZ, I get what you're saying. I think that definitely men, while trying to build something, they need to be with the women who bare minimum are not going to be a detriment to it. Like if that's where you're going, I'm 100% with you. But if a man lays out a plan, puts in the money, has the right brains behind it, the right thinkers behind it, the right people who know how to set the framework and infrastructure and build it, the right engineers, the right scientists, the right this, the right that. If they do that and then they hire black men to go do the labor, put it like this. When I'm at a when I show up at a job, a facility, at a plant, we badge in through a gate. Okay. Everybody who works there is work there and they're there working and doing the job. Whatever the guy working next to me probably got a chick at home slashing his tires and throwing a brick through his window right there while he's sitting there working on the assembly line. It's like that does not affect the process of men working. Now, if his personal life shows up at the job, okay, he got to get replaced. It's that simple. But if you so it's like you're in a contrived way trying to basically make a SYSBM case, which I don't think you have to do it in a contrived way because there's non-contrived reasons for
No,
men
no, no.
to just open their options up to all women, bare minimum.
Yeah, yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's not my argument. My argument is simply it's the same thing. It's like take for instance the two restaurants that are here in Texas that were in the
Yeah.
media so far as black people, Truth Kitchen and also the Turkey Leg Hut. Um, what led to them being in the news which negatively affected their business?
They had a business that was open to the public that served Negroes, and that's another thing. That's different from building a railroad or having a factory and assembly line where you got black men manning the assembly line, driving the fork trucks, driving the trucks, shipping the equipment and stuff, the parts in and out, and all of that. That's a different thing. If you put it like this, and and dirty folks, you might like this. This is something I've been saying for a while. There's a lot of black people who have good business acumen who could build businesses in the black community. Look at all those stores in the black communities, the corner stores, this store, that store, all that stuff owned by other people. Our business class, they would rather take all that business acumen and go make six figures working for some big white company before they be at the head of a company in the hood and hire black people and serve black people. Because if they do that, then they would have to deal with niggas. And so that part right there, I agree with you. I agree with you. Our business class, who should be owning all those stores that we see in the community, they don't want to do that. They don't want to deal with Nick. They want to deal with Negroes. They don't. So yeah, I'm with you on that. If you got a business open to the public where you're serving Negroes and Negroes coming in there don't know how to act, twerking on the table at a goddamn reputable establishment. I agree with you right there.
Right, but even if you're talking about a business that is not serving, let's say, the public directly, you can't do it with the quote unquote, as people would say, with the black mind uh, you can't do it from that perspective because at that point, when you are dealing with, let's say, doing larger sets of business that's open to all sorts of people and so forth, you're going to need people that are going to be a part of your organization that do not operate under the ideals of black culture.
Can I
Yeah,
ask you a
yeah, you
question?
you can't you can't open up a factory, build an assembly line where you I guess I'll just use one job I used to work at, where you basically got it's a team of people assembling steering columns that go inside the Chrysler vehicles. You know, yes, once you doing that type of business, you're not doing black business. I mean, you could be black and you could have black people in high positions and you could hire black people to be cogs in the machine and man the assembly line. But your business is just normal, typical American capitalist business where you're negotiating deals with the executives at GM or whoever owns Chrysler. So at that point, so no, so you can't. There's a certain level of business where black the word, the color, the cartoon, I mean the crayon box color black becomes completely irrelevant. So I'm
Yeah,
with you on that. But far as the nuts and
and
bolts of it
typically though,
in the
and tip,
labor, in the ground level labor, the entry level labor, that yeah, that I don't think you're affecting anything by hiring, a team of black people.
Test out and everything, but I don't have a black argument though, because I'm listening to him and I'm realizing I don't. That's why I didn't understand him, because he's having a black argument. I'm having a man argument.
Mm-hmm.
Now I prefer men
Well,
who
no,
look
no. He was having a man argument. He just saying if that man is black and they're with black women, the black women, even on black men trying to build a railroad, she gonna figure out a way to come in there and mess it up.
now
That's
you
that's his
sanction,
argument.
I understand that, but you sanction the woman too. The reason that you have the belligerence you have, because these women have no accountability. Nothing happens to them. Once you put a sanction on a woman, she'll fall in line. The greatest example I have of that is, I remember, I don't know what day it was. It could have been New Year's Eve. It could have been some type of day. But I remember it was 11:55 p.m. and I'm riding with this girl and she just pulls out a Bluetooth earpiece out of her whatever armrest thing.
Mhm.
And I was like, "Shorty, you been driving this whole time?" She was like, "Yeah, but at midnight the law comes in that you got to have a Bluetooth. You can't talk on your phone without a Bluetooth, and I don't want no ticket." Women are women don't want to be penalized. Put in penalty. That's it. Y'all don't train y'all toddlers. Y'all don't penalize them. Y'all scared to choke them in aisle 5 at Walmart like they choke
Joke.
their kid. For real, they beat their kids at aisle 5 at Walmart. You like, oh, that's good parenting. It's good parenting when you beat your toddler in aisle 5 at Walmart. Like, y'all scared
look
to.
at Christian Hutchinson's comment, and that's what I'm
Are you
talking
talking
about.
about this one right there?
Yeah.
Christian Hutchins says, "I try to avoid black women as tenants." Understand that. I mean, listen,
I understand.
if I owned a lot of properties, I would feel a lot more comfortable renting it out to a two-parent household versus a single woman, or a two-parent black household versus a single black woman. Absolutely. I ain't got no issue with that.
Don't issue with that.
I have a black woman who does my rental preps for cleaning, but my tenants are non-black. I appreciate him. I mean, not appreciate, but I mean, if he, I'm pretty sure this woman is qualified and capable. He hired a black person to
Yeah.
work for him. That's
Yeah.
fine. But I do understand exactly where he's coming from, and I've heard plenty of horror stories that renting to Negroes, particularly in the hood, tends to not work out well for you as the landlord.
Yeah.
I can't knock that.
Yeah,
I
okay.
can't knock that.
You know what's so crazy? So
But hold on, but Christian, it's worth pointing out, Craig, because I've talked to Christian a lot on this. We meet up, and
Yeah,
I see him in person every at least once a month. He for all the properties that he owns, he for the most part hires black men to do the work on those properties. Like there is a certain realm of being pro-black, but not pro-nigga shit. Okay, you could be anti-nigga shit, but pro-black, not by dirty folks' definition of black, but black in the sense that the people who are black, who are on point, who are qualified, who know how to get shit done. Yes, I'm going to work with them. I'm going to hire them. If it's good products and service that I offer, they're going to work with me. They're going to hire me to do their like that's how communities operate. So even if in the black community there has to be essentially like an enclave damn near of black people who ain't with the bullshit, who we, inner circle and network with, and then that's what it is, and that works. But me and SKC, we sort of run into stumbling blocks on this because it's like SKC don't want to give on that one, it seems, because you think if you doing anything with black in front of it, you have to be dealing with the nigga shit, and I object to that one 100%.
Yeah, I agree to that too.
Yeah,
I call them
yeah,
Tony
we,
and swarthy men, but yeah, I
yeah,
love
yeah,
dealing with the Tony men. I leave black for women, gays, and felons. I call men Tony and swarthy, but the I have no. I'm rooting with you, bro. I would not rent, and I had a rental property. I would not rent to black women because they bring a bad element. I don't mind black men. If I sold homes, I would sell it to married couples, but only the black man could be on the deed. I would not let a black woman be on the deed. He'd have to be able to. She'd have to do some type of micro loan if he didn't have enough money. She could not be on the deed because once you bring that element in, everything that comes with it is the nigga shit. No matter how preppy she thinks she is, you know how many teachers I know, how many RN nurses, how many police, especially police women, they felons. I've never met a police woman that wasn't sleeping with the dope dealer ever in my life. Like they bring an element of niggatry with the vagina. So I wouldn't do it for that reason, bro. But I would rent to black men though, because black men normally trying to get up out that jam. They just trying to get away from nigga shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a slippery slope back and forth, Bernard. I guess I have less hope, or belief rather. I think that's the better word because people use hope as a weapon or something. But I have less belief that you have guys that want to do better so far as culturally.
Yeah.
I just don't think.
Yeah, no, I understand completely where you're at with that. I understand
I have
completely where
full
you're at.
belief, bro, because it only takes 15 people. 52 men made this country, bro, and most of them were farmers, bro. You know what I'm saying? The four biggest gangs in America, the GDs, the Vice Lords, the Crips, and the Bloods, were made by 16-year-old boys. Like, if you have a small group of anybody united in fellowship, other people will come and they'll follow the rules that you tell them to follow. I have great faith. I don't have faith that 47 million people will agree on anything. I have great faith that 15 people can do what they want to do independently and then other people want to join. I have total faith in it.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think and that's why I always say it's top down. It's small percentages. It's a small percentage of people doing big. I mean, look at it like this. Even amongst the precious coveted white folks in America, what is it? 1% own every damn thing. So it's always going to be a small percentage at the top running shit, and everybody else just gets the job. That's that's how it's going to work. That's how it's going to work. So
I'm about to be out, man. I appreciate you letting
yeah,
me up, Bernard, man.
yeah,
Thank
yeah, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, I didn't even realize SKC left. So all right, we about to pack this bad boy on up. We about to pack. I went well into overtime. Christian Hutchinson in the building. Shout out to you. I already read that one. Shout out to everybody in the building who appreciate y'all. We went through this long overtime. But shout out to everybody. Do appreciate each and every one of you. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Peace. We gone.